Hello, everybody.
We're here.
Good morning. Good morning, Kemper, Travis, Sam, Rooster, Jacob.
Woohoo!
Happy Upright Monday. How was the concert, Chris?
The concert was outstanding.
Sam wants to know.
Sam, it was outstanding. I love it when old bands can still deliver the goods. All right, sending you Pags now. 42 seconds.
Damn it.
Yeah.
What happened to 30?
I don't know, man.
The ether. We're going to talk more. Good morning, Chris. That's right. The reverberations from RFK Jr. joining Donald Trump on stage in Arizona are still out there happening in the ether. We're going to talk more about his joining with Trump.
Okay, RFK Jr.
Yeah.
RFK Jr.
RK. Yes, it has, Travis. I don't understand, though, but okay. Yeah, that was a nice post about your mom. That was pretty cool.
Oh, thank you. All right, now I'm on. And I'm double on.
I can hear you now.
Turn that off. Thank you, Kemper. Yeah, it was a great concert, Kemper. And what I tell people this, it's called the Marriott Woodlands Waterway. And there's my favorite part, little things excite me. There's a sky bridge. There's an air-conditioned sky bridge that goes over like 2 streets. And then you get out and you're at this the Cynthia Woods.
It used to be the
Pavilion.
Cynthia Woods Pavilion. Is it still?
It is.
Oh, it still
Cynthia
is?
Woods Mitchell, something like
Pavilion,
that.
yeah.
Pavilion, yeah.
Good morning, Tim.
See, you don't have to worry about Ubering. You don't have to worry about driving.
That's awesome.
If you have adult beverages at the concert, you're okay. You just walk
Stagger
right back to your room.
Stagger back to your room.
And again, another favorite, they've got pizza, boxes of pizza.
That's so smart.
We each took a pizza back up to the room and we
That's
watched
so
Netflix.
smart.
It was great.
So smart.
Yeah. So nice. Kemper, Rooster, Sam, Travis, Tim, welcome in.
Honey and Gilma. Honey and Gilma. Do you know a Honey or a Gilma?
That is cool. Kemper was asking people in Bernie about the sunflower seeds.
Thank you so much, Kemper. Thank you so much. I will find some. Gilma.
Gilma. Now, Wilma would have been.
I knew a Gilda and a Glida,
Yeah.
but never a Gilma.
I never knew a Gilma, although Jeff Traylor is from Gilmer, Texas.
Okay, I'll take that.
Jeff Traylor joins us today at 8:40. At 9:15, after the show, we are scheduled to interview Barry Manilow, and we'll play that on tomorrow's show. Welcome in, Louie.
Louis.
Louis, 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 Louis.
Louis, 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 Louis,
Louis,
Louis.
Louis, Louis, Louis.
A degree.
It is Manilow Week. That's a very good point, Kemper. Barry Manilow Week has begun.
Yes. Good morning, Trevin.
RK is in here.
Good morning, RK.
Or should we call you RFK Jr.?
No. RK here. Oh. Good morning, Echo. Wait, where is Echo?
Echo,
Why did I
see
say good morning to
Trevin.
Echo? I see good morning, Echo, but hello.
What is up, Trevin? There's Echo.
Yeah, there he is. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
Trevin, Tim, Louis, RK, Travis, Kemper, Echo 5 Hotel, good morning.
Yeah, apparently RFK Jr.'s family just giving him all kinds of grief.
That tweet was pretty scathing.
Yes, it was.
Oh. Look, I just dropped things.
Yeah. We're hoping Chris can get back up off the floor before the show starts.
That would be good. And that is not a guarantee.
No. The jury is still out.
Yes.
Betrayal of values. I feel that a lot. Betrayal of values.
Yeah.
Quite a bit, actually.
Mr. T wearing a UTSA Roadrunner cap as Jeff Traylor will begin his every
Standby.
Monday on the show. 8:40 for Jeff Traylor. Sister Joy on the television.
Sister Joy.
Welcome into this beautiful day, Monday, August 26th, 2024. 4 days until the Labor Day weekend. That means 7 days left to wear white slacks. 10 days until Taylor Swift's boyfriend opens up the NFL season against the Baltimore Ravens. 15 days until the first Trump-Harris debate. 59 days until OpelkaCon. 66 days until Halloween. And 71 days until the 2024 election. What could possibly go wrong? Charity McCurdy, how are you this morning?
I'm great. The weekend was too short, but I'm seeing some rain in the forecast this afternoon. So I'm really pumped about that. The high is only going to be like 90. I mean, what is this? Winter in Texas? I don't know.
Did you get your sweaters out yet?
Not
Come
yet.
on, 90. I got some rain on Friday at my house, which was a shocker. I wasn't
Very
expecting
nice.
it at all, but about a 30-minute shower.
Got a little bit too, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's looking like the forecast, even more of a chance of rain tomorrow.
Yes.
Hopefully get some today, even more of a chance tomorrow. So good news.
Mhm.
Very, very good news to start the week. In fact, let's get this entire party started with your traffic and weather together.
Partly cloudy early, some scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon, highs right around 90 degrees. Tomorrow, a few showers early with cloudy conditions later in the day, highs right around 90, 91. And then on Wednesday, partly cloudy, a stray shower or thunderstorm possible, highs 92 degrees. It is 78 degrees in Leon Valley, 77 at the Snake Farm, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 511.
San Antonio's first news. Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco flying the Millennium Falcon, doing the heavy lifting. Andrew is directing our YouTube stream. We are live on YouTube. Go to 1200 WOAI. Look for 1200 WOAI in the search engine on YouTube, and you will find us. Lots of people already in there. Travis, Echo 5 Hotel, Tim, Jim, Rooster, and RK is in there. And Charity Kemper reminds us all that Barry Manilow week has begun.
That's right. Finally, he will be back in San Antonio after having to cancel his previously scheduled concert due to COVID. But we're pumped.
Woo.
Barry Manilow back in San Antonio.
It'll be a good crowd because it's a Friday night instead of a Thursday night, which it was normally scheduled on. So I think a lot more people might show up. We're a big walk-up town.
Yes, it is. And we'll pull the curtain back today, right after the show, because he's on the West Coast. It'll be crazy early at that time. We are scheduled to interview Barry Manilow at 9:15 this morning. It's after the show, which means we would then play the interview on tomorrow's show.
That makes better sense.
Does make better sense.
I'm a little nervous to talk to Barry. I know he's the
fun.
nicest guy, but still, I mean, I grew up listening to his records, courtey of my parents, and their great taste in music. But I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm a fan of Low. I admit it. I have been. I had the Barry Manilow live 8-track tape in 1975, and just I've been a fan since probably 1975.
See, I knew he was excited, Charity, when he walked in that LeMay jacket that he was wearing.
And I brought the boa in case we sing Copacabana.
Yes.
I will ask him if just the four of us together can sing Copacabana.
Oh, that would be awesome.
I think it'd be really nice.
We want him to come back to San Antonio, Chris.
Well, and as you say that, Charity, the word is this is the farewell tour and farewell to San Antonio, because he's doing that residency in Las Vegas now. And more, if you're a big megastar like Barry, the people are going to come to Barry in Las Vegas as opposed to Barry going on the road so much.
But he might miss it so much that he'll, maybe launch another tour. You know how those rock stars are. They say they're hanging it up and they're no longer touring only to do it again.
It's the first time I've ever heard Barry Manilow be called a rock star.
He's a rock star.
And
he's an entertainer.
Well, if Dolly Parton can be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame,
okay,
I think Barry Manilow should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Let's start that movement.
Yes. I mean, the dude is a hit machine.
Yes, he is.
And has been
no
all
question.
over hit radio and AM radio and FM radio. And so, yeah.
He can still hit the high notes. So,
yes, he can. So more on that as it gets closer. And of course, a lot of intrigue involving people who listen to this show at the Barry Manilow concert.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot
Bob
of stuff
and
going
Cindy,
on.
their first date. It kind of happened on this show. Kemper,
Jolene.
storyteller, Jolene.
It's
Mike-
going to be interesting.
Yeah.
There'll be a movie about it sometime.
We should
Yeah.
hopefully get a lot of stories by Monday's show. All right. Lots coming up. We are all over the big stories, including Israel and Hezbollah exchanging military strikes. And will RFK Jr.'s endorsement of Donald Trump tip the election his way, especially in those close swing states? We'll talk about that and a whole lot more. WOAI News Time 5:15.
And we're back.
Woo! Travis, I can hardly wait for Charlie Parker's take on Barry Manilow for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
It could be interesting.
I think I can safely say Charlie doesn't fully embrace the Barry Manilow love. But that's okay. I'm not a big fan of Joey Chestnut. So, we all have our thing.
Travis, when in September is your birthday? My wife is September 3rd.
Wow, that's coming right up.
Yeah. Tuesday. Next Tuesday. Week from
Wow.
tomorrow. Yeah. Coffee, the wonder drug.
Yes.
Oh, September 19th. Cool. Well, we'll remember to wish you a happy birthday.
Dr. Mitchell Shine Cup.
Yes. You're a good friend of his, right?
I am.
You and him go way back.
When he drinks his coffee, the cup is so
Oh.
shiny.
It's a chalice.
It's a shiny, shiny cup. Okay, now, RK, I don't fully grasp.
Yeah.
09 redacted.
Twice he's done that now.
99 redacted. Okay. Yep, he did it earlier.
Maybe that's his birthday and he doesn't want us to know, so he's redacting
He's
it.
redacting the year. All right.
Okay.
We're assuming
Gotcha
RK.
now. Gotcha now.
Well, we have to have a big celebration on RK's birthday.
We'll celebrate good times. Come on.
This is your celebration.
It's a celebration. Yeah. When in September, Kemper?
Rooster, November 3rd, hits 60.
Yeah, I remember that. Kind of.
$60 and getting married. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, getting married 2 weeks from this Saturday.
Woo. So we're doing Bernie next.
21st. All right. Yeah, I can talk about how much of a bummer that was. But they're still on today. Let me pull up the info to make sure we're on top of it.
Kemper, roughly the same age as Rooster
Wow.
and Travis. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, and we will react to what the weekend was for the Bernie Little League baseball team and some details about today's big celebration in Bernie. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Israel and Hezbollah trade military strikes. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are back on the campaign trail ahead of next month's debate. And San Antonio firefighters are getting raises. We'll have details coming up right now, traffic and weather.
Rain in the forecast. How much and when? We welcome in News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Kaye. Good morning, Jeanette. Thanks, Jeanette. 78 degrees at Bun and Barrel, 78 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time, 521.
Bun and Barrel right next to Tong's Thai.
Tong's Thai, yes.
Owned by the same family.
Yes.
My understanding. And Charity, you're a Tong's Thai fan as well.
Yes, Pad Woon Sen, Penang, Pad Thai chicken is my protein of choice. Yes, you're.
Hammock. I'm a big fan of the hammock. It's like a seafood bouillabaisse, only Thai. It's very spicy. It's very spectacular.
So
Spicy
good.
and spectacular, two of my favorite things.
I always chug a bunch of water after eating Thai food.
Yeah,
the sodium levels are
kinda
pretty
have to,
off the
yeah.
charts. Yeah,
But-
so good though.
So good. It's also so good. The Bernie Little League baseball team in the Little League World Series. However, on Saturday, okay, you're 3 outs away.
Yeah.
It's you're moving into the 6th inning. It's 7-5 Bernie, I believe, if I have that right.
You are correct.
It was 2 runs, and you needed 3 outs. You could even give up a run.
Yeah.
And they did.
Yeah.
You needed 3 outs to go to win the American Championship and go on to the International Championship game. And then things went sideways.
Yes, they did.
I started watching, I think, like top of the 4th, and I was like, oh, they got this, they got this. And as soon as I turned it on, it went south. I mean, they had a lot of pitching problems. I know one of their pitchers got hurt pretty bad, got a Charlie horse or something.
Something in his shoulder, yeah.
It was just, I felt so bad, especially when they, start getting emotional because things aren't going the way they planned. Your heart goes out to those boys.
Now, I'm not going to blame my neighbor Dave for this, but he texted me earlier in the day. He has a pizza oven in his backyard. He makes pizzas from time to time. He always calls me up or texts me and wants me to know if I want one. I said, yeah. And he goes, okay, we're going to have to wait till after the Bernie game. I said, no problem. And then he texts me back, looking good, looking good. And then right after he did that, boom. And I went, okay, Dave.
Yeah.
Way to go, Dave.
And they lose to a team they had beaten previously.
Yes.
I mean, just
you
so
said
many,
it, though. It's hard to beat the same team twice.
I've noticed that in sports. It happens a lot in football, like in your division for the Cowboys, often it's the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yep.
If it's a good team, and even if you're a good team, and obviously Bernie is, to beat a really good team twice is tough.
Yeah.
And
it is.
it's too bad.
And some of those boys were showboating on the Florida team. But, I mean, obviously they were doing well and they have every reason to celebrate. But it was just kind of, I don't know. It was heartbreaking.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the showboating
Never.
on any level.
Never.
I mean, I grew
Never.
up
What,
watching.
you don't, every time you do something, you don't flex like that?
I
Come
grew up
on.
watching the Tom Landry era Dallas Cowboys with Roger Staubach and Bob Lilly and Calvin Hill. And now you act like you've been there.
Exactly. Now they can hang their hat on this. They got beat by the eventual champion.
Okay.
So they can.
And they beat the eventual champion
yes.
Yeah.
So there you go.
previously.
There
So-
you go. So they can hang their hat on that.
Right. I'm sure they're not thrilled with that.
No.
No,
But, and,
they know they had the ability to beat that team.
yeah, and a big welcome home for them today in Bernie
Yes.
on Main Street.
So-
So they want everybody there about 4:00, and I think the festivities get underway at 5. And
That's right.
they'll bring them in and escort them in and all that. So it'll be cool.
If you can, get out to Bernie 4:00 this afternoon and celebrate these amazing young men. Can I call them young men
yes,
at
you
12?
can.
Hmm.
I can, but
Yes.
whether or not that's accurate.
Oh,
but-
I don't know if it's
Yeah.
accurate, but you can.
They're young men, as far as I'm concerned. Charity McCurdy has all the big stories you need to know about on this Monday morning. Coming up in the next half hour, flashback. We'll go back in time. WOAI news time is 5:25.
And we're back. I have audio of RFK, by the way.
Beautiful. RK says, play my talk ahead from Friday. That will be the longest talk ahead talk back in history. Steve Duraco, good morning. Steve Duraco, the original rock, co-founder of the San Antonio Polar Bear Club. What is up, Rocket Man? Going to Santa Fe this Thursday. Do I have that right?
Day 8.
Day 8 for The Rock. Day 1 for me. I did a little indulging in the Woodlands over the weekend.
Little.
Do you smell what the original Rock is cooking?
Does he cook?
He does cook.
Well, then you can't
Yeah.
smell what he's cooking.
I'm going to stretch because I should. I have not visited the Alamo in,
2 years for me.
I would say, 2 decades for me. I need to get back, man. It's
We
been-
we go downtown and play tourist every now and then.
Yeah.
Usually try to do it once a year, but haven't made it this year yet. But I think we might do it because Jazz Alive is coming up 26th and 27th, I believe, of September. I
cool.
think we'll go down and check it out because now it's at at Hemisphere Park,
Nice.
which is a lot nicer than Travis Park.
Yeah.
Travis Park was very small.
Yes.
Good morning, Bob.
Bob, welcome in. Welcome to Barry Manilow Week.
We're back.
Yes.
And hey, good morning, Cindy.
Cindy, welcome in. Louis, Tim, Sam,
Cindy and Bob.
Steve Duraco. Cindy and Bob in the house together. Wow. We expect a complete update on Monday.
Well, yes. Of how the show went and your
Yes.
dinner and all that. Yes.
And will Kemper meet the storyteller?
Oh, yeah.
And what about Jolene?
Jolene.
Jolene.
Jolene. Mm,
Thanks for dressing up.
yeah. Well, he's in, can't get to his clothes. That's the same thing he was wearing Friday. Well, he might have recorded this Friday. Okay. Fortunately, we got to wait till Tuesday to get a concert update.
That's right.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Good point. We won't know until Tuesday.
It's going to be hard to get through the weekend not knowing how the date went, man.
Yeah, we might need to work something out between Bob and Cindy. We might need a text or a video or something. And Kemper, if you meet
The
the storyteller and or anyone else,
Yeah.
well, now Kemper could be because they're on the same row.
She could be our
She could be
spy,
our reporter
correspondent.
slash spy
our
slash
correspondent. Yeah.
Kemper could like take photos
There you go.
and send those to us.
That would be cool. College football is back. What a great game to start it off this year.
And speaking of, we will have Jeff Traylor, UTSA head football coach, at 8:40 today.
All right, here comes Charity McCurdy, everybody.
.5:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, increased tension in the Middle East as Israel and Hezbollah exchange rocket and drone attacks, and Bernie prepares to celebrate its Little League All-Star team. We'll have details. Right now, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Monday. Sunshine this morning, followed by afternoon thunderstorms, a high near 90. Showers after midnight, a low near 75. Right now, 77 degrees. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says the U.S. and allies are working to prevent an escalating regional conflict in the Middle East. There are concerns for more violence in the area after Israel and the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah traded heavy fire early Sunday. Sullivan says negotiators are trying to get some stability in the region for all sides involved.
We are feverishly working in Cairo as we speak with our team and the teams of the other mediators, as well as with the Israelis, to get to a ceasefire and hostage deal along the framework that President Biden laid out, to get calm between Israel and along that border between Israel and Lebanon.
Meanwhile, talks in Cairo meant to bring a ceasefire deal in the Israel-Hamas war ended without a final agreement, but a U.S. official on those talks says negotiations will continue in the coming days. NASA is refusing to bring back 2 astronauts in Boeing Starliner from the International Space Station due to safety concerns. Those astronauts will have to wait to come back to Earth. Fox's Christina Coleman has more.
NASA plans for astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams to return to Earth on a SpaceX Dragon capsule in February instead of the Boeing Starliner that carried them to space, following its helium leaks and thruster issues. Aerospace engineer and aviation attorney Arthur Rosenberg says this underscores Boeing's ongoing issues. NASA awarded Boeing with a $4.2 billion contract and Elon Musk's SpaceX company with a $2.6 billion contract to help develop the agency's human space flight systems. Since then, SpaceX has completed multiple crewed flights. As for Boeing, this space mission with the troubled Starliner was their first one under NASA's program.
The astronauts have been stuck at the International Space Station since the beginning of June. A team from Florida is this year's big winner in the Little League World Series. The Lake Mary All-Stars claimed the title 2-1 over Chinese Taipei yesterday on a walk-off bunt in the 8th inning in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. The Lake Mary All-Stars claimed the U.S. championship on Saturday with a win over Bernie, while Chinese Taipei won the international championship by beating Venezuela. The celebration and parade will be held for Bernie this afternoon, with residents expected to hit the streets of Bernie at 5 p.m. A Republican Party leader says she expects an almost instant benefit for former President Trump from Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s endorsement. Fox's Gernal Scott has more.
Republican National Committee co-chair Lara Trump celebrated Robert Kennedy Jr.'s decision to support former President Trump. On Fox's Sunday Morning Futures, she said you'll likely see a Kennedy effect in the most coveted states.
I think you're going to see within the swing states where he has taken himself off the ballot, the percentage bump that I believe it will give Donald Trump, I think is going to be huge. And I think you'll see that in the next round of polling.
Republicans also believe there will be a bounce in polling for Democrats out of their convention, but they say that surge won't last. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Republicans are cheering a rule change at the driver's license office banning transgender Texans from changing the gender on their state-issued ID.
The DPS is reinstating reality. IDs are so important because they reflect what is true, a person's true identity.
Mary Elizabeth Castle with the Texas Public Policy Foundation says allowing a man to change the gender on his license gives him access to female locker rooms and restrooms. But civil rights groups like the ACLU says the rule exposes transgender Texans to discrimination, harassment, and violence. A 21-year-old man has died after helping to save a drowning teen at Lake Waxahachie, south of Dallas. Authorities in Tarrant County say Lincer Lopez was at the lake Saturday for his baptism. The teenage girl who was part of Lopez's church group began struggling in the water, and he took action to save her. She was revived after being pulled from the water and given CPR. Lopez, however, was taken to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. A GoFundMe has been created to send his body to his parents in Mexico. Hawaii is dealing with the impact of multiple storms. Fox meteorologist Adam Klotz has more.
Hone actually never made landfall, but still an impactful storm. Was a Category 1 hurricane, now back down to a tropical storm. Winds there at 70 miles an hour, moving to the west at 14 miles an hour. That means this storm's now dragging away. So we're seeing the impacts here early Monday morning, but by the time we get into this evening, really winding down. The Pacific, though, very active, and it's one of several storms that are currently out there. Next up for Hawaii, Hurricane Gilma. The big difference here is this is a weakening storm. So as we continue through this week, we're expecting the storm to continue to wind down and wind down and wind down. By the time you get into Friday night and Saturday, though, so another weekend storm.
As of this morning, several thousand customers are still without power in Hawaii. It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, to check if you're money in the world of business, we say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, things said, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker will join us at 6:48. For those were the days coming up as well. Flashback. We will go back in time, try to figure out what year we land in. Well, big development over the weekend. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. suspended his independent bid for the presidency, and he endorsed former President Donald Trump.
It became clear to me that I did not have a path to victory. 16 months of censorship, of not being able to get on any network really except for Fox.
And the big question, Charity, I believe this is such a tight race, especially in those swing states. And depending on what polls you look at, 6-7%. I mean, earlier in the race, earlier in the summer, some polls had Robert F. Kennedy Jr. up in the high teens as far as percentage of the vote. I got to believe this benefits Donald Trump and perhaps could benefit him in a big way.
Yeah, the thinking is that his endorsement may help Republicans among white, male, and older voters. But overall, I think the support from this endorsement is going to be pretty small as far as impact. I think it's going to be very minimal.
Yeah, I think it's going to be minimal. And I know that RFK's family, not so happy with him. If you saw anything over the weekend, the betrayal of values that came out of the Kennedy family, I mean, he's taking a hit for this.
Yeah, reading the statement from the Kennedy family, signed by a number of his siblings, including Kathleen Kennedy Townsend, they released a statement that said, "We want an America filled with hope and bound together by a shared vision of a brighter future, a future defined by individual freedom, economic promise, and national pride. We believe in Harris and Walz. Our brother Bobby's decision to endorse Trump today is a betrayal of the values that our father and our family hold most dear. It is a sad ending to a sad story."
Man, when your own wife doesn't support you, I mean, that's pretty bad. Pretty bad.
That is pretty bad. And can you imagine what Thanksgiving is going to be like? I mean, seriously, that could be pretty bad. Not to mention, everybody thought that Trump had promised him a campaign, a cabinet position on it, but it's not come out yet. And I mean, I'm sure he's going to get something from this.
Now, is this a handshake agreement?
That's what I'm thinking.
Did they sign anything, any kind of paperwork?
I don't know about signing anything, but it could be the handshake and
I
the
thought
wink.
that was illegal,
yes.
but yeah.
Well, and when there was that talk about whether or not RFK Jr. wanted a cabinet position in the Trump administration, you look at the first Trump administration, those cabinet members were fired left and right. No,
exactly.
Nobody lasted.
It's not safe.
Even if you have a cabinet position on day one, you might not be there on day 16. So good luck with that. I don't know how valuable that would even be, given the volatility not only of Trump and looking at the turnover of the first Trump administration.
And is this it for Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s future in politics? I mean, and that in the case that Trump doesn't win in November, I mean, will we hear from him again?
Wow.
It's a great question.
That is a great question.
I mean, he's certainly done in the Democratic Party, but I mean, he could declare he's a Republican. You never know, and maybe have a future in the Republican Party down the road.
He could do that.
All right. Lots coming up. In fact, in just a little bit, we're going to talk a little bit about concert etiquette. I was on the negative side of concert etiquette at a concert over the weekend. I'll explain that. Before that, though, we will go back in time with Flashback, try to figure out what year we land in, see if you can figure it out as well. WOAI News Time, 5:45.
And we're back.
Woo!
Okay. Now, Tim, we have not finalize what our bet will be for the John Jay Mustangs against the home Husky game.
At this point on Friday,
We're going to leave it up to you guys.
we're gonna open up the talkback lines, and we're gonna ask you guys what the bet should be. Wow, Kemper's going to the
Yeah, she's going to
UT
UT
home
game.
opener. Wow, so she's got Barry Manilow Friday
Friday
night
Wow, she's
and
a
UT
busy
football
lady.
on Saturday. My goodness. Jim Ross, good morning.
Yeah, the upper deck is steep. Shave the face. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
When does Texas play UTSA? That's going to be fun.
It's got to be 2 or 3 weeks in.
Early in
Yeah.
the season, I believe.
I think it's not the first game. I don't, because I know that.
We've got Kennesaw State.
I know.
Woo! Kennesaw State is going down
Hmm.
because John Jay was unavailable.
Oh my God! The second game for Texas is Michigan, and then they take UTSA, and then they get UTSA.
Well, hey, man,
I know
They may
they're
be
at
all beat-
Michigan. By
they
the
may
way,
be all beat up by Michigan.
that's what we're hoping. Because they're at Michigan too, so they got to travel, and then they host Texas. I mean, host UTSA. Wow. Wow. That's tough.
September 14th, UTSA.
Yeah.
Just a
Well,
little over 2 weeks away.
Amen.
Crazy.
I know. Stand by.
It is time to go back in time, but what year will we land in? See if you can figure it out. We'll try to figure it out. Let's play flashback.
Ah. Wow.
I love the Eurythmics. I love Annie Lennox, but I'm not sure what year this is. Charity, any guess?
Middle one?
What's that, 84?
Yeah.
I thought it was 83. Okay.
I think it's 83.
83, 84,
Okay.
and 85. So you want to go 83, Tim?
Charity, you think 83?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's go 83. Here we go.
Yes.
Charity McCurdy.
Way to go, Charity.
Yes.
Almost screwed it up by saying the middle one, and it wasn't the middle one.
But you recovered just in time. Charity, what else are you following?
The presidential race will shift into high gear this week with both candidates set to hit the campaign trail. NASA says it'll wait until early next year to bring home a pair of astronauts who have been stuck on the International Space Station. And the Bernie All-Star team will return home to a celebration and parade following their impressive run in the Little League World Series. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather.
Partly cloudy, a scattered thunderstorm developing this afternoon, highs 90. Tomorrow, a few showers early, mostly cloudy conditions later in the day, possible afternoon thunderstorms, highs in the low 90s. Wednesday, partly cloudy, straight shower thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. 74 degrees in New Braunfels, Texas. 78 in Leon Valley and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time, 5:51.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. I'm Chris Duell. Over the weekend, my wife and I went toward the Houston area, just north of Houston in the Woodlands. Saw a concert at the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion in the Woodlands. It was Chicago and Earth, Wind, and Fire. Great concert. The older I get, the more I appreciate old bands from my childhood, where these guys on stage are in their late 70s, sometimes early 80s, and they're still rocking.
It's amazing.
And if Chicago still has it, and Earth, Wind, and Fire still has it, Philip Bailey still has that falsetto.
He can get the high notes.
He was hitting the high notes. He was unbelievable for Earth, Wind, and Fire. We had great seats, like row E.
Wow.
They were really nice seats. However,
There's
there was a dude sitting in front of me, and he was like 30-something, and he was with 3 women.
Okay.
And one of which appeared to be his girlfriend. He dressed like he was in the 70s. He had white bell bottoms on. He had a red polka dotted shirt. He had a curly afro wig and Elvis glasses. So he was trying to be kind of kitschy about acting as though he was from the 70s. Throughout much of the concert, he would stand up and dance.
In front of you.
Right in front. He was kind of a big guy. He was, with the afro wig, he was probably 6'5".
Wow.
So I'm having to move to the left, move to the right, trying to, I had a hard time seeing. And I almost, and I don't want to be that guy, Charity. I don't want to be the male Karen. I understand. I understand this guy was having, and the women he was with thought he was hilarious.
Of course
they
they
were
did.
they were videoing him with their camera phones, not Earth, Wind, and Fire. They were videoing this funny guy who thought he was funny, but he was blocking my view. And we paid a lot of money for these seats, and we drove from San Antonio 3.5 hours each way to the Woodlands. And I nearly went into security and said, I don't want to be a jerk, but I really want to see the concert. But I thought better of it, and I didn't do it. So I think concert etiquette should be, there should be maybe a handbook before you go to a concert.
Or just have security kind of roaming the aisles and just watching for situations like that.
Well, here's the deal. They were roaming the aisles. He was fist bumping security. He was up dancing, and like the security staff guy thought he was hilarious, and he was fist bumping security. They loved him. They thought he was hilarious.
I don't know. Get platform shoes, Chris, so you can, rise above the people around you. I don't know how to handle that situation. If security doesn't intervene, what do you do?
Oh, you should have, peace of mind or presence of mind to know that you're blocking the people behind you if not everybody's standing.
Yes.
Now, I will stand if everybody else stands.
Oh, me too.
But I'm not going to be the guy to start it and to get into it like that. But I think that should be part of the etiquette of concerts. Stand when everybody else stands.
And my first thought when people stand, or if I stand, is I look behind me.
Yeah, always.
I'm very aware and courteous of the people sitting behind me, because I don't want to ruin their experience.
Right. But I understand people want to get up and dance during a concert, but you got to have like self-awareness and be courteous, when it comes to people around you who paid a lot of money for those tickets.
Yeah, and if you want to stand up, turn around looking at, is it okay if I get up and dance? And if you say, well, I would prefer if you stood in the aisle and did it, that way you're not blocking my view.
That would have been better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's etiquette, though. That's the things you should know before you get to a concert.
What about singing?
Is that the number one concert etiquette rule? Just don't ruin someone else's experience of a concert.
Yes.
Definitely, especially if someone's like screaming, trying to sing, but they're screaming right next to you. That could be annoying too. I think it's my number one pet peeve at a concert. Yeah.
So maybe we should ask what's your concert pet peeve?
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, what bothers you at a concert?
I think we know mine. So yeah, if you have any thoughts on that, hit us up on the Talkback feature. Charity, how do people hit us up on the Talkback feature.
On the free iHeartRadio app, you search 1200 WOAI, hit that red circle that's the talkback button, 30 seconds. Let us know what's your pet peeves at concerts.
Yeah, and believe it or not, we've already got a couple. Here's our favorite school teacher.
Hey guys, Stephen from Lotto, and in honor of Bernie nearly winning the entire enchilada, here's some baseball jokes. Why don't baseball players join unions? Because they can't stand strikes. Hey, did you hear the joke about the pop fly? Oh, never mind. It'll just go over your head. Why don't baseball managers order beverages by the glass? Because they're always ordering up new pitchers. Have an amazing day.
Very nice.
And then, of course,
Stephen from Lytle.
And then, of course, RK checked in.
RK here. Today's talk ahead will be a public service announcement. Jolene, let's not forget Jolene might take your man. Everybody have a beautiful Friday night.
That is
Good
our
luck,
second.
y'all. Bye.
Sorry, I talked over RK. Sorry, RK. I didn't mean to do that. Last week, Rooster sang Jolene on the Talkback. Today, it's RK. Now, again, that's a little bit inside. Barry Manilow concert. Bob and Cindy are going. They won, or Cindy won tickets. She's taking Bob. Kemper won tickets. She's taking Jolene.
And they're sitting real close to each other.
They're sitting real close to each other.
Yeah.
I believe in row 27.
Yes, I believe you are
So
correct.
that song about Jolene is tied to that a little bit.
So I guess we're asking people today your concert pet peeves.
Concert pet peeves.
I like it.
Yeah.
Let us know, and we will react coming up. Charity McCurdy has everything you need to know at the top of the hour, which is moments away. WOAI News Time 5:58.
Minutes here.
Yes.
I hear you, Tim.
Look at Jacob. Pet peeve, having to sneak my wife into the men's room because the female line is always too long.
It's funny because when
female lines at concerts, they got to do something
Always.
about
When
that.
I was at Journey and Def Leppard over the weekend, I walked the men's line, you walk right in.
Yeah.
Okay, the women, there was a line down the hallway. Well, I came out, it was during the show. I went to go take a leak during the show, and I came out, there was a line and I told them, there's nobody in the men's room. You know, get somebody to watch the door. There's nobody in there. You guys are more than welcome.
Yeah.
And I think about 5 of them went. So,
Good.
Yeah. That's a good one, though.
Very RK, that was very funny.
Yes, it was.
You and Rooster could start a band.
Yeah. Can open for, chopped liver. Or maybe we could open for them.
Yeah. Yeah, they're too good for chopped liver.
Bob wants to know how many original members were in the Chicago band.
Quite a few. Now,
That's what I thought.
I can't name all the. I'm not as a hardcore.
Yeah, I'm not, yeah.
But I could tell by the ages that the lead singer went way back, and I don't know his name.
Yeah.
But a number of them clearly were in their 70s.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I like you. I'm not sure who's still left.
Yeah.
I don't know if Terry Kath. I mean, I know Terry Kath's not.
we know
gonna do that.
Terry Kath.
Peter Cetera is what I meant.
Cetera was not there.
Yeah, I didn't think so because
they didn't get along with it.
Because I was going to say you didn't get Chicago the depressing years.
Yes. Yeah.
Here's Charity, everybody.
Six o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Israel and Hezbollah exchanged military strikes, and the Bernie All-Stars return home today. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Monday. Sunshine this morning, followed by afternoon thunderstorms, a high near 90. Showers after midnight, a low near 75. Right now, 77 degrees. No agreement over the war in Gaza, but Israel engaged Hezbollah in an intense exchange of fire. Jonathan Savage has more.
High-level talks have ended in Cairo, Egypt, with both Israel and Hamas blaming the other for a lack of agreement. A U.S. official says lower-level talks will continue, though. This after the Lebanon-based Islamist group Hezbollah launched what it says were 320 rockets and missiles at Israel's north. Israeli jets had been pounding Hezbollah positions in an attempt to thwart an even larger attack. Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah claimed its attack was a response to the killing of a top commander last month, but had been delayed to give Gaza peace talks a chance. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Well, NASA says it'll wait until early next year to bring home a pair of astronauts who have been stuck on the International Space Station. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson said over the weekend that they'll attempt to undock the Boeing-built Starliner capsule from the space station and fly it uncrewed for a landing in New Mexico. The test flight of Starliner has been plagued by helium leaks and thruster issues since its launch in June. Starliner astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams will come home on a SpaceX capsule in February. But Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Trump have officially accepted presidential nominations for their respective parties. Fox's Jackie Ibanez tells us what's next.
As November election draws closer and closer, candidates are hot on the campaign trail this week. Vice President Kamala Harris and running mate Tim Walz are barnstorming Georgia on a bus tour through the state. Harris's campaign says it's raised $540 million since she launched her presidential bid a month ago. Meantime, former President Trump will make stops in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Robert Kennedy Jr. says he plans to hit the campaign trail with Trump.
And Kennedy endorsed Trump at a rally in Arizona on Friday after suspending his presidential campaign. A group of House Republicans are holding a hearing today on the attempted assassination of Trump. Congressman Chip Roy of Texas says they want to put a spotlight on the Secret Service.
They didn't post anybody up on the rooftops where they needed to be. They didn't have answers when local law enforcement said, hey, we got a guy here with a rangefinder and he looks suspicious.
Today's hearing comes on the same day that the official bipartisan task force will have a press conference at the shooting site in Pennsylvania. Hawaii is dealing with the impact of multiple storms. Fox meteorologist Adam Klutz has more.
Hone actually never made landfall, but still an impactful storm. Was a Category 1 hurricane, now back down to a tropical storm. Winds there at 70 miles an hour, moving to the west at 14 miles an hour. That means this storm's now dragging away. So we're seeing the impacts here early Monday morning, but by the time we get into this evening, really winding down. The Pacific, though, very active, and it's one of several storms that are currently out there. Next up for Hawaii, Hurricane Gilma. The big difference here is this is a weakening storm. So as we continue through this week, we're expecting the storm to continue to wind down and wind down and wind down. By the time you get into Friday night and Saturday, though, so another weekend storm.
And several thousand customers were still without power in Hawaii as of this morning. The Bernie All-Star team's run at the Little League World Series has come to an end. The Bernie team lost to the team from Venezuela in yesterday's third-place game in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. The team made a great run through the tournament, losing a heartbreaker in the U.S. Championship game Saturday to Florida. Florida went on to win it all after besting Taipei. A celebration and parade will be held for Bernie this afternoon, with residents expected to hit the streets at 5 p.m. Well, San Antonio firefighters are getting raises. Brian Gann has details.
The San Antonio Professional Firefighters Association came to terms in a new 3-year contract for its rank and file with the city over the weekend. Firefighters will see their wages go up over 21% over the length of the contract, including a 7% raise in the first year. City officials say the new contract is going to lead to more budget cuts for the city overall. The new contract, which was finalized after a final bargaining session that lasted 13 and a half hours, still needs to be approved by both the union membership and the San Antonio City Council before it can go into effect. Brian Gann, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
An investigation continues into a drowning incident in Bexar County. Authorities have identified the victim in this past weekend's incident as Joseph Rubalcaba. The body of the 41-year-old was found by his wife in a backyard pool on Saturday. Police believe Rubalcaba drowned overnight, but what led up to the tragedy is unknown. It is 6:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days coming up at 6:48. I'm Chris Duell, Andrew Zimmel, and EJ Pacheco flying the Millennium Falcon. Mr. T, I noticed EJ was wearing a Chicago Bulls jacket. He took that off, and he has a Boston Celtics T-shirt that he's been wearing underneath his Chicago Bulls jacket.
All it's missing is the Lakers hat.
Yes. Wear that Lakers hat.
Where's your loyalty, EJ?
Yes.
We're confused.
I am a little confused, yes.
Sorry, EJ. Somebody's got to,
Yeah,
you know.
we love you.
We do love you. We just don't love your sports teams. All right. He's a big 49ers fan, so you lost me.
There you go.
You lost me there. Lots coming up. I mentioned Charlie at 6:48. Coming up at 6:20, we'll talk about the weather. A good chance rain might fall on you and your lawn today. But coming up, the latest on the sprint to the finish line for the Trump and Harris campaigns. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Partly cloudy, scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon, highs and right around 90 degrees. Tomorrow, a few showers early, mostly cloudy later in the day, and a possibility of some afternoon thunderstorms, highs and low 90s. Wednesday, partly cloudy, a stray shower thunderstorm possible, highs and low 90s. It is 78 degrees at Fort Sam Houston, 76 in Lavernia, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:11.
San Antonio's First News. We are your election 2024 headquarters, and the race is on. The race for the White House entering its final stretch as Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump crisscrossing the country, especially targeting battleground states, just 15 days away from that first debate between Trump and Harris. And Charity, they always say that the race really kicks into high gear after Labor Day, and we're a week away now from Labor Day.
Yeah, and that's why you have Trump in Wisconsin and Michigan this week. Harris and Tim Walz will be in the key battleground state of Georgia. And again, we're waiting for number one, Kamala Harris, to do that sit-down interview she has promised before the end of the month, and that is expected to happen this week. We don't have a specific date or news network yet. That should be announced soon by the Harris campaign. But now there's some questions whether or not that September 10th presidential debate will happen, because Trump kind of raised a suspicion about whether or not he would be willing to attend in a Truth Social post over the weekend, kind of slamming ABC fake news, which he called it, said that the organization is headed by Kamala's best friend. So he kind of insinuated that he wouldn't get a fair showing if he participated.
So if he does not participate, I don't think that's a good look for the Trump campaign, because, look, no matter who's hosting it, what's going on there, he shines on the debate stage, and he needs to be up there. And I think the American people want him up there. And as far as this interview with Kamala Harris, it's okay if she does the interview and actually talks policy, because we haven't really heard, I guess, just line it out for us, what her policies are.
Well, and what's interesting about this is, and we've been talking about it ever since she became originally the presumptive nominee and then the Democratic Party nominee, because she's avoided an interview for so long. Now there's going to be so much scrutiny on this first interview. If she would have just done a number of sit-down interviews and did a couple of weeks per week, she'd have been fine. But Charity, if she screws anything up in this interview, whoever gives it to her, that's going to be a big deal.
Yeah, and I think Republicans, and it goes both ways, but they're going to find something to criticize, just as Democrats will find something to criticize about the Republican candidate, Trump. So I don't think she gets out of interview without being scrutinized on every level. But the sooner she does it, the better. And that way she can just get that behind her and then focus on that September 10th debate. And keep in mind, they've agreed to 3 debates. You have the ABC one on the 10th, and a tentative date for the debate with NBC News is the 25th also.
Yeah, I say get them on. Let's get these debates going. We got 71 days till election day, so the sprint is on. And you're going to see a lot of them. You're going to hear about them. Both candidates will be on the roads, and they will just be saturating us. And I can't wait. We live in fascinating times, don't we?
We do. And this is what it's all about. And the stretch run is beginning right now. And keep it right here, because we're always going to have the best expert analysts on this race. And coming up at 7:50 this morning, White House correspondent John Decker, one of the best out there. We'll talk with him about Decision 2024. Coming up, will it rain on you today? What are the chances? We'll walk you through that coming right up. WOAI News Time, 6:15.
And we're back. And the spread is on.
Woo!
Okay. All right, so we got enough for 50.
Beautiful.
We're good.
Okay.
We're good.
Kemper, if you had your radio on, you're missing a Thomas J. Henry commercial right
How
now.
much you love those.
We know you love them.
Looks like our best shot for rain, Chris, is about 3 and 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Woo!
69% and 58%.
What percent?
69 and 58. Yes.
69%.
Yes, it is, Chris.
Thank you.
And then tomorrow morning, 46, 62 at 5 a.m. And then back up again. A decent chance tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, 15, 20% tomorrow afternoon. Okay. All righty then.
Hey, everybody.
Good morning, everybody.
I'm Sonny Melendrez from Magic 105.3.
All I want to do.
Well, 54% at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, getting up there.
Yeah.
So legal prostitutes, so much advertising. How do you really feel?
But he can really strike a pose. That's what I love about those Thomas J. Henry TV commercials.
Oh, yeah.
He looks at you like
you got to do this.
Like he's coming at you. Yes.
Yeah.
Rooster.
I know.
The Love Boat. Bob and Cindy, Kemper and Storyteller, RK and Jolene. Very nice. And didn't Storyteller, did he indicate that he might not make August 30th? What did he say?
Said that he might have tickets for sale.
That would be very disappointing.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine
Yeah.
he would allow that. Oh, thanks for dressing up, David Munoz.
He must be going to play golf.
Yeah.
Looks like he's wearing his golf clothes.
Travis says.
Oh, he is. He's a little guy.
Yeah, someone
He is.
I am acquainted with through hunting says Thomas J. Henry is a short guy, which is why the commercials
Yeah, he
always
is.
show him in those epic poses. I met him at one of the, you probably did too.
Elf Louise?
Louise.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was sitting, so I couldn't tell.
Yeah,
him.
no, he stood up and he was not very big, which explains a lot. We love him though.
Yes, we do.
Thomas J. Henry's one of our favorites.
We
love him with
we
everything.
love him very
Yes.
much.
Stand by.
Wow. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather, and we will take a deeper dive into the weather because there's a pretty good chance you might get rained on this afternoon. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Israel and Hezbollah trade military strikes. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are back on the campaign trail ahead of next month's debate. And San Antonio firefighters are getting pay raises. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Partly cloudy, scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon, highs 90. Tomorrow, a few showers early, mostly cloudy conditions later in the day, highs in low 90s. Wednesday, partly cloudy, a stray shower thunderstorm possible, highs in low 90s. It is 75 degrees in Castroville, Texas, 76 in China Grove, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 621.
San Antonio's first news. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days coming up at 6:48. That's Mr. T, Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. We are on YouTube. Go to YouTube, search 1200 WOAI to find the live stream. There's a live chat going on there that is always very lively, and we interact with you throughout the show and during commercial breaks as well. Well, it looks like this afternoon, as we move closer to the afternoon, Charity, the chance of scattered thunderstorms increases, and hopefully a lot of us, including our listeners, get rained on this afternoon.
Yeah, depending on which meteorologist you're watching, I'm seeing anywhere between 40 to 70% chance of showers and storms, with 3 p.m., 4 p.m. looking like the sweet spot for the rain. So hopefully it pans out because we need it.
Yeah, I would just like it to rain all day. That would be so nice.
Yeah.
It really would. I mean, look, I had about a 30-minute shower on Friday evening, and it cooled things down at my house. That temperature dropped, and I just like the rain.
Yeah, so do your plants and your
Yes.
lawn and all of the plants. And as nice as these percentages look for the afternoon, my understanding is these percentages, chance of rain, should increase tomorrow as well.
And we'll take it because we need the rain desperately. I'm seeing anywhere between, again, it's kind of 40%-ish. So hopefully maybe you see something different on your end because I've seen 50% chance potentially tomorrow afternoon. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's not an exact science, so it could change within the hour.
Isn't that amazing? It's not an exact science, but they go to school to become meteorologists to do something that's not an exact science where you can be wrong. Look, it's Mother Nature. She can change her mind anytime she wants. And like I said, that rain on Friday kind of surprised me. I wasn't expecting it. I knew that there's a chance of a little drizzle or something, but I got a pretty decent shower.
Yeah, and Charity, you've said this often, and it's true, talking about Mother Nature. You know, we look at these percentages. I'm looking at a Weather Channel forecast hourly right now, and it does look like, according to this one, the best chance at scattered thunderstorms is in the 4 o'clock hour. It currently lists 54% chance for where we are right now in the Stone Oak area for rain. But you can watch these, and within 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, you refresh, and the percentage chances goes up and goes down pretty regularly.
It really does. But right now they're getting my hopes up because they're showing around 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, 60% chance of showers and storms. So hopefully, again, that pans out. We've managed to keep our lawn green. We've been hand watering it, and the credit goes to my husband because he's always out there early in the morning watering. I don't quite understand the people that choose to water during the peak heat of the day
Well,
because
that's wrong,
it's
yeah.
like boiling the grass,
Well,
essentially, you know?
It almost evaporates as soon as it hits the ground. It's that hot. So
Yeah.
it's really a waste of water.
I agree.
Well, let's hope we get lucky. We'll continue to track the weather and bring you the latest from our team of expert meteorologists. Charity McCurdy has everything you need to know right here at the bottom of the hour. And then we'll talk about what happened over the weekend in the Middle East, rocket fire exchanges between Israel and Hezbollah. The chances of an expanding war increase. We'll talk about that and more. Don't forget Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. Right now, WOAI News Time, 6:25.
Okay.
Kemper says, sick of pollen. If you look on YouTube, I believe Thomas J. Henry has some reality content. Yeah, there was some kind of a reality show about
Yes, he
his
did, yeah.
daughter's, what's it called? Quinceanera?
Yeah, the
How do you
quinceañera,
pronounce
yeah.
it? I'm a gringo. I have a hard time
The
pronouncing it.
quinceañera?
Quinceañera. But, and apparently spent a lot of money on the reality show. But I want to underscore, We love Thomas J. Henry.
Henry.
Love him. And I'm working on striking a pose.
Wait. Oh, that's pretty good.
You
That's
got
pretty
to
good.
look at the prosecutor like,
That's pretty good.
I'm going to kick your ass. I'm Thomas J. Henry. I'm going to get all the money for my clients.
Did I mention, Chris, that we love Thomas J. Henry?
We love Kemper someday. And maybe we'll bring you out to Elf Louise this year, and you will also love Thomas J. Henry, and we'll all strike a pose.
Who is Thomas J. Henry? He is a local, well, he's not really local. He's a Texas
Well,
personal
Corpus Christi, Austin,
injury.
Houston, and San Antonio.
Yes.
He's probably the most prominent current
Personal injury attorney.
attorney in Texas. Billboards everywhere, advertising
and really,
everywhere.
Tim, what it really just comes down to is we love Thomas J. Henry.
We love our affection for him has no bounds.
It has no bounds.
Yeah. Exactly, Cindy. He's got to do a commercial to Madonna's Vogue.
Wait, he's not striking a pose. He always looks like that.
Yeah.
Because he's Thomas J. Henry.
He's Thomas J. Henry.
Did I mention, Chris, that we love Thomas J. Henry?
Love Thomas J. Henry. See, now the arms don't look.
I know. It's done a little work.
Yeah.
Sculpted. She's sculpted. I know. They're
Israel and
listening
Hezbollah.
to the show. They know.
Quit listening to us.
Unless you got to meet her.
Yes. In that case,
listen
just
all the
keep
time.
it on.
Yes, he did. And that's why we love him so much, Rooster, because he does things like that for his daughter, for his kids. It's all about the children.
Yes. Charity's coming up with all you need to know. Nice, Cindy. Good
I like it.
reference.
Nice reference.
Alex Bregman
By the way,
reference.
they won last night.
Did they win last night? It's about time. They lost a few.
Yeah, they beat
God.
Baltimore. I think it was 6-3.
And I think on Saturday they lost by one run. I had it on in the little restaurant we were eating in.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got a tough stretch.
Yeah, they do. Here comes Charity McCurdy, everybody.
Woo!
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, increased tension in the Middle East as Israel and Hezbollah exchange rocket and drone attacks, and Bernie prepares to celebrate its Little League All-Star team. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Monday: sunshine this morning, followed by afternoon thunderstorms, a high near 90, showers after midnight, a low near 75. Right now, 76 degrees. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says the U.S. and allies are working to prevent an escalating regional conflict in the Middle East. There are concerns for more violence in the area after Israel and the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah traded heavy fire early Sunday.
We have been concerned about the conflict escalating into an all-out regional war since October 7th. And we have worked round the clock with partners and allies, moving military assets, engaging in intensive diplomacy, both publicly and privately behind the scenes to avert that outcome. We continue to work to avert that outcome.
Meanwhile, a round of talks in Cairo meant to bring a ceasefire and hostage deal in the 10-month Israel-Hamas war has ended without a final agreement, but a U.S. official in on those talks says negotiations will continue in the coming days. NASA is refusing to bring back 2 astronauts in Boeing Starliner from the International Space Station due to safety concerns. Those astronauts will now have to wait to come back to Earth. Fox's Christina Coleman has details.
NASA plans for astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams to return to Earth on a SpaceX Dragon capsule in February instead of the Boeing Starliner that carried them to space, following its helium leaks and thruster issues. Aerospace engineer and aviation attorney Arthur Rosenberg says this underscores Boeing's ongoing issues. NASA awarded Boeing with a $4.2 billion contract and Elon Musk's SpaceX company with a $2.6 billion contract to help develop the agency's human space flight systems. Since then, SpaceX has completed multiple crewed flights. As for Boeing, this space mission with the troubled Starliner was their first one under NASA's program.
A team from Florida is this year's big winner in the Little League World Series. The Lake Mary All-Stars claimed the title 2-1 over Chinese Taipei yesterday on a walk-off bunt in the 8th inning in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. The Lake Mary All-Stars claimed the U.S. championship on Saturday with a win over Bernie, while Chinese Taipei won the international championship by beating Venezuela. A celebration and parade will be held for Bernie this afternoon, with residents expected to hit the streets at 5 p.m. A Republican Party leader says she expects an almost instant benefit for former President Trump from Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s endorsement. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
Republican National Committee co-chair Lara Trump celebrated Robert Kennedy Jr.'s decision to support former President Trump. On Fox's Sunday Morning Futures, she said you'll likely see a Kennedy effect in the most coveted states.
I think you're going to see within the swing states where he has taken himself off the ballot, the percentage bump that I believe it will give Donald Trump, I think is going to be huge. And I think you'll see that in the next round of polling.
Republicans also believe there will be a bounce in polling for Democrats out of their convention, but they say that surge won't last. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign says it raised more than $500 million since President Biden dropped out of the race, including $40 million since her acceptance at the DNC. Harris and running mate Tim Walz kick off a bus tour in Georgia on Wednesday. The GOP campaign is in Michigan, with former President Trump speaking at the National Guard Association conference in Detroit today, and running mate J.D. Vance in Big Rapids tomorrow. Republicans are cheering a rule change at the driver's license office, banning transgendered Texans from changing the gender on their state-issued ID.
The GPS is reinstating reality. IDs are so important because they reflect what is true, a person's true identity.
Mary Elizabeth Castle with the Texas Public Policy Foundation says allowing a man to change the gender on his license gives him access to female locker rooms and restrooms. But civil rights groups like the American Civil Liberties Union say the rule exposes transgender Texans to discrimination, harassment, and violence. Authorities believe a young child died after a possible drowning over the weekend in Pflugerville, north of Austin. It happened Saturday morning at an apartment complex pool. Data shows more than 70 child deaths have been related to drowning this year statewide. Hawaii is dealing with the impact of Hurricane Hone and the threat of Hurricane Gilma. Fox's Jackie Ibanez has more.
Hurricane Hone continues to pummel the Hawaiian Islands with gusty winds and widespread heavy rain. Some parts of the Big Island have gotten up to 15 inches of rain in the last 48 hours. The Category 1 hurricane will gradually move westward away from the islands over the next few days. Threats, though, are far from over. A major Category 3 hurricane named Gilma is also taking aim at the Hawaiian Islands. The weakened system is expected to pass just north of the state.
And there are 18,000 customers without power in Hawaii. Well, Deadpool and Wolverine continue to dominate the box office. Marvel's latest hit raked in an estimated $18.3 million in its fifth week of release. Sci-fi horror sequel Alien Romulus dropped into second, bringing in $16.2 million in its second weekend. Well, a new study suggests that spending too much time on your phone, computer, or TV in your 20s can affect your health later in life. Here's Fox's Tanya J. Powers.
Too much screen time in your 20s can reduce your odds of making it to 60, according to the study, which tracked the health of more than 4,000 adults over 30 years. The team at the University of California, San Francisco found that for every additional hour spent watching TV when participants were 23 years old was tied to a 26% higher odds for developing heart disease over the course of the study. It was also linked with 16% higher odds for heart attacks and strokes. The study's lead author says more screen time can take the place of other things like sleep and physical activity. The study was published in the Journal of General Internal Medicine. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Well, we could see some rain coming back to the area this week. Forecasters say an area of low pressure is moving into the region, which could trigger heavy rains and even thunder and lightning today and tomorrow around the San Antonio region. That rain could hang around in the form of isolated showers later in the week. It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money in the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charlie Parker. With those were the days coming right up at 6:48. I'm Chris Duell. Over the weekend, the Israeli military launched what it called a preemptive strike, a number of preemptive strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon. And then Hezbollah, in turn, carried out its own counterattacks on Israel. Here's Israel's ambassador to the U.S., Michael Herzog.
I believe that the success of our operation yesterday prevented an escalation to a major war. The threat is still there. We still need a settlement with Hezbollah in southern Lebanon.
So an interesting take there from the Israeli ambassador, Charity, saying that strike and that exchange of strikes made the threat of an expanded war less than it was before. Logic to me would suggest that it would escalate the possibility of war.
Yeah, they're saying that they apparently detected a extensive preparation for a large-scale aerial attack by Hezbollah. So that's why they went on the offensive and launched those attacks, the biggest since the full-scale war between the two in 2006. But you wonder, everyone's already on edge. We're trying to prevent a full-blown war from breaking out. So we're waiting to see what happens next. But a total of like 320 rockets and drones were fired at Israel in retaliation for the assassination of that senior Hamas commander. So we are hearing from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who's told a cabinet meeting what happened today, meaning yesterday, is not the end of the story.
Yeah, it's not the end of the story. It wasn't Antony Blinken, Secretary of State Antony Blinken, in Israel last week trying to get a ceasefire done, left with nothing happening, and then this happens over the weekend. Look, it looks like it could escalate into a full-blown war.
Yes, and you mentioned the ceasefire. I tend to, it's almost impossible not to look at world events like this through the lens of the 2024 election. And certainly the Biden administration has been working toward a ceasefire, certainly when it comes to Israel and Hamas in Gaza. And you just wonder if a ceasefire does not occur, and based on history, it has not occurred yet. Every time we had heard that a ceasefire was close, something happened to diffuse a ceasefire. Mm-hmm. You wonder if a ceasefire doesn't happen before the November election, how that affects that November election. And I got to believe that does not help the chances of Kamala Harris.
Yeah. And there was a round of talks in Cairo that were taking place, and apparently nothing came of that, but negotiations are going to continue. And again, there's, we saw the pro-Palestinian protests taking place outside the DNC. And, inside the DNC, they did talk about the Israel-Hamas war. But you could have some non-committal votes take place in November if this continues.
Yeah, and it's all eyes on this. You mentioned it's election, time right now, and everybody's watching this. I'm just wondering if it does escalate into a full-blown war, how this affects both sides of the campaign.
Great question. And part of it, and you look at Kamala Harris's acceptance speech at the Democratic National Convention, she tried to portray herself as someone worthy of being the commander-in-chief. A lot of the things she said was very pro-military. She used the term lethal in her speech. She said the United States must have the most lethal fighting force in the world. But to answer Tim's question, Charity, how would that affect a broader war affect this election? I think voters part of the calculus would be which of these two candidates, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, would be a better commander-in-chief in the time of war.
Yeah, it's a great question. And, a lot of people accuse Kamala Harris of trying to kind of play both sides, especially with her comments at the DNC saying, Israel has the right to defend itself. However, she talked about the residents in Gaza, the Palestinians that are going through a humanitarian crisis. So she doesn't appear to be taking a concrete side. So this could definitely impact her directly.
Coming up, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days. WOAI News Time is 6:45.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody. I'm Logan Stewart with WOAI News and comments on that news. Hola a todos, mis amigos.
Okay.
Hey, everybody.
Okay.
It's not.
Oh, look, our consultant Rooster wants to know what happened to the talkbacks. Well, if you stick around, Rooster, we're going to start playing them here in a second.
At about 6:52.
Yeah,
we'll
we've
hear
just been waiting
talkback.
on everybody to get theirs in.
Yeah.
He's our new consultant, by the way, Rooster.
You better run that by our consultant, Charlie Parker.
Charlie Parker might have something to say about that.
Yeah, Cindy, I've back to the birth certificate thing. I've got certified copies somewhere.
Yeah.
In a file.
Somewhere.
In a drawer. Somewhere at home. But if you said, I need your birth certificate now, like today, I would likely not find it quickly.
I would have to call my wife because she has all the files.
Yeah.
She's the organized one.
Same way
She's
with-
the organized
yeah.
one, has a file for everything. Now, if I went looking for it, I would mess up her system because
Yeah.
I would be looking through everything. Yes.
Same thing in my household. My wife is the organized person.
Yes.
I am the extremely disorganized person.
Well, as I like to call it, organized chaos.
Yes.
Thank
And
you.
what's in all of my chaos,
I know where
stuff is.
everything is.
Yeah, because
exactly.
it's like, oh, I know
Unless
where that
she
is.
comes and moves something
Yes.
on me, and then that drives me nuts because I can't find it.
I know where everything is except my birth certificate.
Well, because it's not something you need every day. You know, it's not something you need to know exactly where it
True.
is at all times.
True.
Yes, you do.
RK says, I believe to Rooster, way to crow, bro.
Way to
Rooster
crow,
in the
bro.
morning says a cock-a-doodle-doo.
SWAT cats, thanks for that. The lady that inspired the Hidden Figures.
Wow.
film. Wow.
SWAT
Very
cats, that's a cool,
Very
that's
cool.
a cool statistic.
Yeah, it is.
Or
It's a
bit of
great movie,
information.
by the way.
Yes.
I enjoyed it.
Look at Mr. Short.
See you later, Dave. Thanks for coming by.
He's here pretty darn early.
Because he's going to play golf. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. You can tell by his shoes and his
Oh,
shorts.
really? I
he's
didn't
going
look
to
at his
play-
shoes. Okay.
Yeah, he's going to play golf. Or he wouldn't be here this. He probably had to do something, that was very, very time sensitive.
Yeah, Rooster, I think for an original passport, you need a birth certificate, but my passport.
Once you get it,
Yeah,
after
mine
that, you can go
expired,
get it
and then I
renewed. You
used
take your
the
old one
passport
and your
to
driver's
get the new one.
license, and you can get it renewed.
Yeah.
Correct. You are correct, sir. All right. Oh wait, it's not time for her yet.
And if you ever need a fast passport in this town, I know of a good place.
Legal?
Yeah, legal
Oh,
and
okay.
fast. It's where I went the last 2 times.
Well, don't tell everybody because
yeah.
then it won't be fast.
That's true. I don't know the name off the top of my head, but I have a little pouch that I keep and they put a sticker on
Okay,
it.
gotcha.
So I can look at the sticker and see what that passport
See, I went
company.
and got mine downtown at the place.
This one's over by Crossroads Mall. This
Oh,
one's
no,
over
no.
by I-10 and
This is
410.
because Cindy was still working downtown, so I just picked her up at lunchtime, and we went right around the corner from where she's at.
Cool.
And we actually got through pretty quick.
Nice.
But it's also because we filled out the paperwork ahead of time and
That's always a
all
good
that
idea.
stuff. So we were ready to roll when we got in there.
The day Neil Simon died.
Yeah.
And here are some of the stories we're following for you. The presidential race will shift into high gear this week with both candidates set to hit the campaign trail. NASA says it'll have to wait until early next year to bring home a pair of astronauts who have been stuck on the International Space Station. And the Bernie All-Star team will return home to a celebration and parade following their impressive run in the Little League World Series. We'll have more coming up. Right now, traffic and weather.
Partly cloudy, scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon, highs 90. Tomorrow, a few showers early, mostly cloudy later in the day, highs in the low 90s. Wednesday, partly cloudy, stray shower thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. 71 degrees in Kerrville, Texas. 76 at the Snake Farm and 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:53.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. Our thanks to Charlie Parker. For those were the days. I'm Chris Duell, and I was mentioning earlier in the show, I went to a concert with my wife over the weekend in the Woodlands at the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion. It's a lot reminiscent of Verizon Wireless Amphitheater for San Antonio people. It was Chicago and Earth, Wind, and Fire. A great concert. We had great seats, except some big buffoon sitting in front of me he tried to dress like he was in the 70s, a big curly afro wig. He was wearing Elvis glasses, white bell-bottom pants, and a red polka-dotted shirt with a big collar. And he was dancing much of the concert right in front of me, blocking my view. And I was not happy. I did not turn him into security because I'm not that kind of guy. It wouldn't have helped, though, because he was fist bumping security during his dancing throughout the concert. Well, they thought he was adorable.
Well, good news, he's only got a few more days to wear those white pants. So.
That's true. He better not be wearing those white pants after Labor Day. I would then turn him in to the fashion police. Charity McCurdy, we're asking the people about concert pet peeves. How do they let us know their concert pet peeves?
On the free iHeartRadio app, you launch it and search 1200 WOAI. Look for that red circle. That's the talk back button. Once you hit it, 30 seconds to sound off.
And sound like this.
Good morning on this Barry Manilow week. Chris, I can totally relate to your angst over paying a lot of money for seats and then having someone stand up in front of you or dance in front of you the whole time. I will relate that to college football. If you're an Aggie, you fully expect to stand up the whole game. But when my dad was older and at the university for a football game, it was hard when someone would stand up the entire time in front of him.
I agree.
That's a huge point by Kemper. And I did notice there was in the row behind us, there was a woman in a wheelchair who she was mobile enough to, they pulled the wheelchair up to the row, and then she kind of hung onto the chair and made her way to her seat. So not everybody can stand up if you're standing up at a concert or a football game.
Yeah.
And you're going to see Chicago and Earth, Wind, and Fire. So chances are you're a little older.
Yeah,
just say
Thank you. Yes.
Just say it.
Get off my lawn and sit down, you big lug.
Let's check in with the Rooster.
Hey, good morning, crew. It's Rooster. My biggest pet peeve is when you smell that sweet aroma of wacky tobacco and you just don't know where it's coming from. It's like, come on, guy, pass it around, share it. We all want to have a good time. No, just kidding. You guys have a great one. Rooster.
Somehow I don't think Rooster is just kidding.
Well, if his boss is listening, he's just
yeah.
kidding. Okay. I'm just saying. And it's Monday, so we can do this without Tuesday.
Good Monday morning, WOAI News Crew. This is Tuesday. My biggest pet peeve at a concert would be getting to my seat and finding somebody thought that was their seat. Ha ha.
Yeah, I don't want
Yeah,
some
I
interloper
accidentally-
in my seat. I agree with that.
Yeah. I accidentally sat in your seat. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry
please
because I
leave.
can't read my ticket.
Yeah.
All right, here's a tab master.
Good morning, WI team. Tabmaster here. The only pet peeve I have with concerts is just people telling me what I can and can't do. I'm there to rock. I want to rock in my own way and have a great time. Of course, there's a little personal etiquette that comes along with that. You know, keep your roosters on a leash. But at the same time, let's all have some fun and learn to rock on together. Y'all have a great day, and let's pray for some rain.
Amen.
A couple of things there. Number one, always keep your roosters on a leash.
Always.
But no, and part of my dilemma was the guy was irritating me, and I'm thinking, am I just a grumpy old dude? This guy's having fun. He was with these three women who thought he was hilarious. They were shooting him with their camera phones. So yeah, I'm wondering, should I just be getting up too and rocking out and standing the whole show? I don't know. Maybe it was me. Maybe I'm the problem.
I think at a concert in general, I mean, I guess it depends on the genre, but I would usually dance and be on my feet. I think that's what the performers want. I think they want that kind of reaction from the crowd. But I understand if you need to take a break and sit down, and if your view is obstructed, that's a major inconvenience.
It is a major inconvenience. Now, were you on the aisle by any chance?
I was on the aisle.
See, he could have just stepped into the aisle and started dancing.
Yes, I agree.
Then he would have been out of your way. And you had a lot more room to move out there. He could have busted into the, moonwalk.
He could have gone up and
robot.
down. He could have moonwalked up and down the aisle. Yes.
All right, we got time for one more.
Good morning, guys. Driving to pet peeve of mine at a concert. When you have somebody behind you or next to you trying to sing the song with the artist, they don't know the words, or maybe they do know the words. Their god-awful voice ruins the whole concert.
Yes.
Have a good morning.
Yeah.
That's my pet peeve. It's like, I didn't come here to hear you sing. I didn't pay money to hear you sing. I want to hear the professionals do it. Please leave it to them.
Yeah. I don't need to hear Biff singing Boogie Wonderland.
Yeah.
For God's sake.
Unless they want you to sing.
Now-
if they ask you to sing.
Now,
if you-
somebody brought up, I think it was Jacob C. Hernandez in the chat on YouTube, Charity. He talked about the ridiculously long lines for the ladies' room.
Oh, yeah.
That he has to sneak his wife into the men's room because she would have to wait in line for. Concert venues should do something to make the ladies' room line go faster.
Yeah, more stalls.
That's the key right there.
That's all you can do.
Make them 3 times the size as the guys, because the guys can get in there and get
Yeah.
out. Man, we're good at this.
Yeah,
we can
we're-
move in, move out.
I know, I hate it. And I mean, it's one of those things where you run out of toilet paper too. They don't properly
Oh.
stock those.
Oh, come on.
That's always an issue too.
Yeah, you've got one job, have enough toilet paper for the concert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you take your own?
Spare
sometimes?
square, yeah.
You take your own
Mhm.
sometimes?
Yeah, no, I always have
in
what's
your
called
purse?
wet wipes.
Yes.
It's like, baby wipes, but better. And
Yeah, Cindy does the same thing
Yeah.
because it is a problem.
That is a smart little tip. All right, lots more coming up. In fact, 7:10, wait till you hear this. We've got vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance. He was on Meet the Press yesterday. We'll listen into that. But right now, Charity McCurdy with all the big stories you need to know about on this Monday morning as WOAI News Time is 7 o'clock.
Seven o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Israel and Hezbollah exchanged military strikes, and the Bernie All-Stars returned home today. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Monday: sunshine this morning, followed by afternoon thunderstorms, a high near 90. Showers after midnight, a low near 75. Right now, 77 degrees. Well, no agreement over the war in Gaza, but Israel engaged Hezbollah in an intense exchange of fire. Fox's Jonathan Savage has more.
High-level talks have ended in Cairo, Egypt, with both Israel and Hamas blaming the other for a lack of agreement. A U.S. official says lower-level talks will continue, though. This after the Lebanon-based Islamist group Hezbollah launched what it says were 320 rockets and missiles at Israel's north. Israeli jets had been pounding Hezbollah positions in an attempt to thwart an even larger attack. Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah claimed its attack was a response to the killing of a top commander last month, but had been delayed to give Gaza peace talks a chance. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Well, NASA says it will wait until early next year to bring home a pair of astronauts who have been stuck on the International Space Station. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson said over the weekend that they'll attempt to undock the Boeing-built Starliner capsule from the space station and fly it uncrewed for a landing in New Mexico. The test flight of the Starliner had been plagued by helium leaks and thruster issues since its launch in June. Starliner astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams will come home on a SpaceX capsule in February. Well, both Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Trump have officially accepted presidential nominations for their respective parties, and Fox's Jackie Ibanez tells us what's next.
As November election draws closer and closer, candidates are hot on the campaign trail this week. Vice President Kamala Harris and running mate Tim Walz are barnstorming Georgia on a bus tour through the state. Harris's campaign says it's raised $540 million since she launched her presidential bid a month ago. Meantime, former President Trump will make stops in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Robert Kennedy Jr. says he plans to hit the campaign trail with Trump.
And Kennedy endorsed the former president at a rally in Arizona on Friday after suspending his presidential campaign. A group of House Republicans are holding a hearing today on the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Congressman Chip Roy of Texas says they want to put a spotlight on the Secret Service.
They didn't post anybody up on the rooftops where they needed to be. They didn't have answers when local law enforcement said, hey, we got a guy here with a rangefinder and he looks suspicious.
Today's hearing comes on the same day that the official bipartisan task force will have a press conference at the shooting site. It's expected to address reports that 5 Secret Service agents, including the head of the Pittsburgh field office, have been put on leave. Hawaii is dealing with the impact of multiple storms. Fox meteorologist Adam Klotz has more.
Hone actually never made landfall, but still an impactful storm. Was a Category 1 hurricane, now back down to a tropical storm. Winds there at 70 miles an hour, moving to the west at 14 miles an hour. That means this storm's now dragging away. So we're seeing the impacts here early Monday morning, but by the time we get into this evening, really winding down. The Pacific, though, very active, and it's one of several storms that are currently out there. Next up for Hawaii, Hurricane Gilma. The big difference here is this is a weakening storm. So as we continue through this week, we're expecting the storm to continue to wind down and wind down and wind down. By the time you get into Friday night and Saturday, though, so another weekend storm.
And several thousand customers are without power in Hawaii. The Bernie All-Star team's run at the Little League World Series has come to an end. The Bernie team lost to the team from Venezuela in yesterday's third-place game in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. The team made a great run through the tournament, losing a heartbreaker in the U.S. Championship game Saturday to Florida. Florida went on to win it all after besting Taipei. A celebration and parade will be held for Bernie this afternoon, with residents expected to hit the streets at 5 p.m. San Antonio firefighters are getting a pay raise. Brian Gann has details.
The San Antonio Professional Firefighters Association came to terms on a new 3-year contract for its rank and file with the city over the weekend. Firefighters will see their wages go up over 21% over the length of the contract, including a 7% raise in the first year. City officials say the new contract is going to lead to more budget cuts for the city overall. The new contract, which was finalized after a final bargaining session that lasted 13 and a half hours, still needs to be approved by both the union membership and the San Antonio City Council before it can go into effect. Brian Gann, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 7:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, a big 7 o'clock hour is upon us. 7:20. Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast, his take on the morning's big stories. 7:40, national correspondent Rory O'Neill on the weekend exchange, rockets and drones between Israel and Hezbollah over the weekend. 7:50, White House correspondent John Decker on a busy week for both presidential campaigns as we move into the stretch run of this presidential election. And coming right up on a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This, Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance was on Meet the Press with Kristen Welker. We'll listen in as she asks him about a possible federal abortion ban. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Partly cloudy, scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon, highs 90. Tomorrow, a few showers early, mostly cloudy conditions later in the day, highs in the low 90s. Wednesday, partly cloudy, stray shower thunderstorm is possible, highs in the low 90s. It is 77 degrees at Randolph Air Force Base, 75 in Von Ormy, and 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7-11.
7-11.
Yeah.
Lucky number.
It's a good number.
It's a good number. And a good convenience store.
Yes.
As well.
And really good on the craps tables, right?
Yes, indeed. Yo, 11. Every weekday morning at this time, we span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio in a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. Yesterday on Meet the Press, Kristen Welker sat down with vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance. In fact, it was a sit-down session that took place in Cincinnati on Saturday, but was aired yesterday on Meet the Press. And Kristen Welker asked J.D. Vance about the prospects of a federal abortion ban if indeed Trump and Vance took office.
Can you commit, Senator, sitting right here with me today, that if you and Donald Trump are elected, that you will not impose a federal ban on abortion?
I can absolutely commit that, Kristen. And Donald Trump has been as clear about that as possible. I think it's important to step back and say, what has Donald Trump actually said on the abortion question, and how is it different from what Kamala Harris and the Democrats have said? Donald Trump wants to end this culture war over this particular topic. If California wants to have a different abortion policy from Ohio, then Ohio has to respect California and California has to respect Ohio. Donald Trump's view is that we want the individual states and their individual cultures and their unique political sensibilities to make these decisions because we don't want to have a nonstop federal conflict over this issue. The federal government ought to be focused on getting food prices down and getting housing prices down, issues, of course, where Kamala Harris has been a total disaster. So I think Donald Trump is right. We want the federal government to focus on these big economic and immigration questions. Let the states figure out their own abortion policy.
Big exchange there, Charity, in that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are saying if you elect Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, there will be a federal abortion ban. And he certainly knocked it down when Kristen Welker asked him that question.
Yeah, and abortion is going to be a huge issue for the Democrats in November. So that hopefully we'll see what that topic alone will bring in terms of turnout. Senator Elizabeth Warren also pushed back on J.D. Vance's comments, saying that American women are not stupid and we are not going to trust the futures of our daughters and granddaughters to two men who have openly bragged about blocking access to abortion for women all across this country. So Democrats are going to seize on any comments made by the Trump Vance campaign regarding abortion.
Yeah, you're right, Charity. This is going to be a big issue for both sides in this election. There's a lot of big issues on both sides during this upcoming election. And look, I knew when that question was given to him how he was going to answer it, because I know they want to stay away from a federal ban. They want the states to have it.
Yes. And yet, though, there are Republicans in office in the House and the Senate who would support a federal ban and would like to see legislation in the House and in the Senate that would bring such a bill to the desk of the president. And the big question is, if that happened, if Republicans take the House and take the Senate, and if there's a bill that arrives on Donald Trump's desk that says it's for a federal abortion ban, would Donald Trump veto that bill? It sounds, based on what J.D. Vance told Kristen Welker in that interview, it sounds like he would.
And it remains to be seen. And I think that'll be something that Kamala Harris will want to hone in on definitely during that September 10th presidential debate to get Trump to state specifically what he plans to do if he wins in November regarding abortion.
Lots coming your way. Coming right up, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. His thoughts on the morning's big stories. Before that, though, we'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time is 7:15.
And we're back.
A very funny parody coming up within just a few moments.
Oh, no, it's not a parody. It's for real product.
True, I'm
it's
sorry.
for real, man. This
yeah.
is real, Papa.
Trumpy Trout.
Trumpy Trout. Tommy, have a great day.
Tommy, thanks for hanging. Thanks to everybody in the YouTube stream here. Excuse me.
Well,
Trevin,
Rooster took off.
Couches can't consent.
I know.
Bill Maher had some kind of a joke.
Good morning, Connie.
Bill Maher said it's been such a bad week for the Republicans that the couch said to J.D. Vance, "Not tonight."
Okay, that's funny. Ooh, he's going to make some deer sausage, Tommy Miller. Look at you.
Woo! And listening on the app. Thank you, Tommy Miller.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Buy that man a Cadillac.
A pink one. Mama pink Cadillac.
Give him a peanut butter and nanner sandwich.
Fried.
Thank you. Fried peanut butter and nanner sandwich. 31 people in here right now. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. All right. We're almost ready.
Okay, I'll start by asking Charity if she remembers the
Billy
Big
Bass.
Mouth Billy
Big
Bass.
Big Mouth Billy Bass.
Yes.
Somewhere I have one in a box
Wow.
somewhere. Yes. Somebody gave it to me. It was like a joke gift, and I never even took it out of the box. Stand by.
And I'm going to throw to you to mention Trumpy Trout.
Okay.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. But first, Charity, do you remember that kind of novelty item about 25 years ago? It was called Big Mouth Billy Bass. It was like a fish that you'd have on the wall, and it would talk and move and talk.
Yes, and sing, yeah.
Yeah, it was a big, it was
a big
sold
deal,
a lot of
yeah.
items about 25 years ago. Apparently, there's an update, Mr. T.
Yes, it's the Trumpy version of the Big Mouth Billy Bass, and here's what it sounds like.
Now, a message from the 45th President of the United Ponds of America.
Let's make fishing great again, okay?
He's here, everyone's favorite fish, Trumpy Trout.
No one has ever seen a fish like me.
Trumpy Trout is an animatronic talking fish with a big personality.
I am the hugely bigliest fish in the pond.
Watch his fins flap and his large mouth move as he makes speech after speech in high-fidelity sound.
Some bass are bad fish, crazy fish, criminal fish, and druggy fish. But some bass are good fish, and I only love some of them.
Wow, we got to get one for the studio. I want to get a Trumpy Trout for the studio.
I think it's a missed opportunity for the Trump campaign to
Amen.
raise more money.
Yes.
Yeah.
He could
Proceeds go to the
autograph some
campaign. Yes.
and auction them off.
I think
Ooh, I
it's
like it.
could be the next big thing. Charity, what else are you working on?
Well, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are back on the campaign trail ahead of next month's debate. Israel and Hezbollah trade military strikes as tensions rise in the Middle East, and San Antonio firefighters are getting pay raises. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Partly cloudy skies today. Scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon. Highs 90. Tomorrow, a few showers early, mostly cloudy later in the day. Highs in the low 90s. Wednesday, partly cloudy. Stray shower thunderstorm possible. Highs in the low 90s. It is 75 degrees in Lavernia, 75 in China Grove, and 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 720.
San Antonio's first news every weekday morning at this time. We connect with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. He's brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. Mike, a lot has taken place since we spoke with you on Friday, including Robert F. Kennedy Jr. suspending his campaign and endorsing Donald Trump. What do you think this endorsement means in terms of votes for Donald Trump down the line?
It's a good question, Chris. I think it's probably going to lead to a couple of percentage points because many of Kennedy's voters just won't show up now. And a certain group of them will vote for a Democrat. But with Kennedy on the campaign trail, it's likely to add to that number and make it greater for Trump than Kennedy. And it's also likely to make an extra seat or two available at the Kennedy holiday Christmas table in Hyannis Port.
And Mike, we know we're waiting for that September 10th debate, but between now and then, we're waiting for that Kamala Harris sit-down interview. Any new developments on that front?
A couple of things, Charity. We heard from NBC News over the weekend that Kamala and Tim Walz will sit down together, which seems to me like that's a real dodge of the opportunity. So we'll see what happens on that. If the mainstream media says, no, that's not good enough, we'll know that they finally awakened. But just a sidebar to the September 10th, the woman overseeing that debate on ABC was part of the Biden administration not long ago. So that's going to be a problem too.
That's going to be a major problem. So I don't know about you, Mike, but when I go on vacation, I like to take another vacation just to survive my first vacation.
Yeah, we all need a vacation to survive our vacations, don't we? We need a vacation to survive a vacation. I have a vacation that I have planned after my next vacation, which, by the way, will be October 24th.
Yes, we can't wait.
Of course, you're referring to Joe Biden,
yes,
who went from the beaches of California to the beaches of Delaware. Not exactly my choice for climbing the beach ladder. I would have stayed in California, even though it's a communist country, but there it is. The most egregious thing about Biden continuing his vacation is that today is the anniversary of the loss of 13 American troops, and he's going to be on the beach.
The hits keep coming for Boeing, Mike. Most recently, NASA makes the decision not to have those astronauts on board that Boeing Starliner spacecraft when it's brought back down to Earth. Those astronauts are going to stay on the International Space Station until February when SpaceX can bring them down. How much of a setback is this for Boeing, and how much more of a setback if something goes wrong and that Starliner spacecraft doesn't make it back to Earth?
Well, the Starliner is going to be, I think they'll make it back. They're just being overly cautious on returning it with a remote control. But this certainly is another black eye to Boeing. They're out of eyes to blacken at this point, and the employees are getting a little offended and embarrassed. And especially because, you've got Elon going, well, I've got an extra rocket we can send up to get him. And he's going to do that. But it's a major deal for Boeing. And you just wonder how long can they continue to have failures?
And Mike, I see another list is out on the fattest countries, and I always get a little nervous wondering where America lands on that list.
Charity, I was nervous too. I was like, do I want to click on this? Do I really want to click on this? We didn't even make the top 10. We do have a weight problem, but we're only number 15 at this point. So don't run and have another donut. But, we're not the worst, but we're in the ballpark.
Well, as long as we're in the ballpark. Speaking of ballparks, congratulations to Little Mary, Florida, winners of the Little League World Series. Look, they beat Bernie, which was a great game, and then I was just surprised at the ending of the game against Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, that was a crazy extra inning event. And then to have the bunt heard around the world where a guy lays down a bunt and the pitcher and the first baseman go running to it. Oopsie.
Would have been good if the second baseman would have covered first base, but that didn't happen.
It's Little League.
I know.
By the way, my typo on the Pure Opelka list of stories, it's Lake Mary.
Yeah, but I like Little Mary. I like Little Mary
Mary
better. I like Little Mary better.
Yeah, well, that's good too. They don't like it. They're kids. We got to give them their due.
Okay, so Lake Little Mary or Little Lake
just
Mary.
Lake Mary.
Little Lake Mary. How's that?
How about that? Whatever. It's Monday.
The Florida team won.
That's right. First time ever for a Florida team.
I know.
You can get more Mike Opelka from his Pure Opelka podcast. Get it wherever you get your podcasts. We recommend the free iHeartRadio app. Another episode will drop this morning. You don't want to miss it. Mike is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. In the next half hour, 7:40, national correspondent Rory O'Neill on the rocket exchange over the weekend between Israel and Hezbollah. And at 7:50, White House correspondent John Decker on what's next in Decision 2024, WOAI News Time 726. RKEN, Travis, Tim, Cindy, Kemper, Trevin, Echo 5 Hotel. Welcome in, everybody.
Bass-O-Matic. Love that, Cindy.
Bass-O-Matic was classic.
Fantastic.
One of the old-time bass.
Yeah.
Ackroyd.
It's great. Bass-O-Matic. Literally slices, dices, literally mutilates a bass. Good bass.
Lorraine Newman.
Yeah. Good bass.
Oh, we should probably brush up on that. I'll try to find a thing to send Charity the link to.
What's that?
Hello Music Project.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I can do that. And I noticed they extended his Westgate, Las Vegas residency.
Oh, cool.
I think into or through 2025.
Beautiful.
It says he'll be back I saw an ad that said he'll be back in 2025. So that's another piece of information. Let me see here.
That's a good question there, Travis. I also wonder what was in that glass that she drank. Good bass. See, it would have been better if she said, nice bass. Boo, boo, doo, 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 doo. Ooh, look, General Tata. Later, Sika.
See you later.
And every day is National Dog Day. Hello.
Yes.
Have your pet spayed or neutered. Good night, everybody. I'll get it. You want to let him listen to Charity?
Sure. Yeah.
.31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, increased tension in the Middle East as Israel and Hezbollah exchange rocket and drone attacks, and Bernie prepares to celebrate its Little League All-Star team. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Monday: sunshine this morning, followed by afternoon thunderstorms, a high near 90. Look for showers after midnight, a low of 75. Right now, 75 degrees. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says the U.S. and allies are working to prevent an escalating regional conflict in the Middle East. There are concerns for more violence after Israel and the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah traded heavy fire early Sunday. Sullivan says negotiators are trying to get some stability to the region for all sides involved.
We are feverishly working in Cairo as we speak with our team and the teams of the other mediators, as well as with the Israelis, to get to a ceasefire and hostage deal along the framework that President Biden laid out, to get calm between Israel and along that border between Israel and Lebanon.
Meanwhile, talks in Cairo meant to bring a ceasefire deal in the Israel-Hamas war has ended without a final agreement, but a U.S. official in on those talks as negotiations will continue in the coming days. Well, NASA is refusing to bring back 2 astronauts in Boeing Starliner from the International Space Station due to safety concerns. Those astronauts will have to wait to come back to Earth. Fox's Christina Coleman has details.
NASA plans for astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams to return returned to Earth on a SpaceX Dragon capsule in February instead of the Boeing Starliner that carried them to space, following its helium leaks and thruster issues. Aerospace engineer and aviation attorney Arthur Rosenberg says this underscores Boeing's ongoing issues. NASA awarded Boeing with a $4.2 billion contract and Elon Musk's SpaceX company with a $2.6 billion contract to help develop the agency's human space flight systems. Since then, SpaceX has completed multiple crewed flights. As for Boeing, this space mission with the troubled Starliner was their first one under NASA's program.
And the astronauts have been stuck at the International Space Station since the beginning of June. A team from Florida is this year's big winner in the Little League World Series. The Lake Mary All-Stars claimed the title 2-1 over Chinese Taipei yesterday on a walk-off bunt in the 8th inning in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. The Lake Mary All-Stars claimed the U.S. championship on Saturday with a win over Bernie, while Chinese Taipei won the international championship by beating Venezuela. A celebration and parade will be held for Bernie this afternoon, with residents expected to hit the streets at 5 p.m. A Republican Party leader says she expects an almost instant benefit for former President Trump from Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s endorsement. Fox's Gernal Scott has more.
Republican National Committee co-chair Lara Trump celebrated Robert Kennedy Jr.'s decision to support former President Trump. On Fox's Sunday Morning Futures, she said you'll likely see a Kennedy effect in the most coveted states.
I think you're going to see within the swing states where he has taken himself off the ballot, that the percentage bump that I believe it will give Donald Trump, I think is going to be huge. And I think you'll see that in the next round of polling.
Republicans also believe there will be a bounce in polling for Democrats out of their convention, but they say that surge won't last. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The DPS is reinstating reality. IDs are so important because they reflect what is true, a person's true identity.
Hone actually never made landfall, but still an impactful storm. Was a Category 1 hurricane, now back down to a tropical storm. Winds there at 70 miles an hour, moving to the west at 14 miles an hour. That means this storm's now dragging away. So we're seeing the impacts here early Monday morning, but by the time we get into this evening, really winding down. The Pacific, though, very active, and it's one of several storms that are currently out there. Next up for Hawaii, Hurricane Gilma. The big difference here is this is a weakening storm. So as we continue through this week, we're expecting the storm to continue to wind down and wind down and wind down. By the time you get into Friday night and Saturday, though, so another weekend storm.
And that's Fox meteorologist Adam Klotz reporting on Hawaii, which is dealing with the impact of multiple storms, and several thousand customers are still without power in Hawaii. It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's First News, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Coming up at 7:50, White House correspondent John Decker on a big week planned for the Trump and Harris campaigns as we get closer and closer to that 2024 election. But right now, let's check in with national correspondent Rory O'Neill, who has been tracking the developments going on since the weekend between Israel and Hezbollah. Rory, Israel says it was a preemptive strike because they felt Hezbollah was primed to take military action themselves. What went on over the weekend?
Right. So Israel taking action to take out a lot of the weaponry that Hezbollah allegedly put along the line there in Lebanon with the border of Israel. Look, one of the concerns with the Iron Dome system of Israel, it's amazing technology, but it has a little problem when there are lots of targets all coming in at the same time. And it looked like Hezbollah was positioning all these rockets and missiles and drones to try to launch simultaneously and really confuse the Iron Dome. So Israelis military says, you know what? Let's take most of these things out before they have a chance to launch. And, you know, when you get explosives going after explosives, that's why we're seeing a lot of pretty spectacular video images coming out of the region right now.
And Rory, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is saying what happened is not the end of the story. So that, I imagine, signals another round of attacks is possible.
It is possible. You know, we're also still waiting on Iran to respond to what happened about more than a month ago when Israel struck inside Tehran. Israel forces struck inside Iran, taking out a top leader of Hamas. And Iran hasn't really responded just yet. Now, granted, we've got 2 U.S. aircraft carrier groups in the region, along with a guided missile submarine, but it's rare to see Iran sort of holding back like this. We're all waiting for that shoe to drop as well.
So I guess that the ceasefire talks have pretty much dwindled away.
They have. Now, there was some discussion over the weekend. The U.S. chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is in the area, meetings in Cairo with officials from Egypt and Qatar. It seems like they might be making progress about what to do after there's a ceasefire. You know, somebody's got to rebuild Gaza and pay for it and set up some sort of a government there. But that initial problem of getting to a ceasefire, getting the hostages turned back over, boy, they still seem stuck on that one.
Our thanks to national correspondent Rory O'Neill. And as we talked about earlier in the program, Charity, a lot of what we watch going on in the Middle East right now with respect to Israel, certainly in Gaza against Hamas, certainly has implications in the 2024 election. The Biden White House and certainly Kamala Harris, by extension, would like for there to be a ceasefire, that because Biden laid some conditions on the table. I'm sure that administration would like to, say we're taking credit for the ceasefire, but no indication that we're any closer to a ceasefire right now.
And that was despite, recent reports as soon as last week that, we could be inching closer to a ceasefire agreement. And then it seems like at the last minute, all sides negotiations break down. So it doesn't seem like we're any closer. And considering Hezbollah claims this was in retaliation for the assassination of a senior commander, I wonder if any kind of ceasefire agreement would have had any impact on preventing this attack we saw over the weekend.
So they've got intelligence that can realize when Hezbollah is going to send a massive attack against Israel, but they didn't have intelligence on what happened on February 7th, correct?
Yeah. Well, and part of what happened on February 7th, and it is, Benjamin Netanyahu has taken a lot of hits for not having that intelligence, but Hamas, as you know, used a lot low-tech means,
they did,
such as gliders, hang gliders,
which
to
is
bring
very
those
scary,
terrorists
by the
in.
way.
Yes. So hopefully Israel learned a major lesson with regard to intelligence and anticipating an attack after the atrocities that were committed on October 7th. Coming up, national correspondent John Decker. He is tracking the movements of both presidential campaigns as it's a big week for both the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign. We'll talk Decision 2024 with John Decker coming right up. WOAI News Time, 7:45.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Good morning, Eddie.
Eddie, welcome in.
Travis Kemper.
Jacob.
Jacob. RK, I guess, left.
Yeah, for anybody new in here, 7:40 this morning. Check that. 8:40. I'm sorry, 8:40 this morning. UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor will join us. He's going to join us every Monday throughout the football season, as he has the last couple of years. So we are looking forward to that. He's always a great interview, even if you're not a hardcore football fan or a hardcore UTSA football fan. He's just a great interview.
He is fun, man. I wonder if he's got limited availability today because it's the first day of the U.S. Open in New York.
Good
John
question.
Decker.
Wow. So be sure. I'm sure you'll ask him that on the way out.
Day one, man. And we can go to 57 with him, which is normal.
Okay, 57.
Yeah, it's normal. Normal out time. So sorry. Oh, this is a good one. Wheelchair Warrior from New Braunfels. My pet peeve is all those people that think that they're handicapped and they identify as handicapped, or their personal pronoun is handicapped. They park in handicapped parking spots. They keep people like myself in wheelchairs out and disenfranchised.
Wow.
He's got a point, man.
That's big, yeah.
Well, I got enough that we can do him at 8:20 if you want.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Put a bow on it, wrap it up. That's it. Rideshare driver shot. That ain't cool. See, caught in the middle of a shootout, and he is a rideshare driver. Yeah. Wow, right there by Castle Hills. Wow. Wow, so he was shot in the back. Preliminary information indicates the passenger may have been in the midst of a shootout with someone outside of the vehicle.
Oh, my God.
Holy crap. Bullet casings found inside and outside of the vehicle. Wow, that's a drag, dude. That sucks. Can't go anywhere anymore. Can't do anything anymore. Stand by.
Okay.
Still waiting on him.
Okay. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together, then White House correspondent and attorney John Decker on what we can expect from each presidential campaign this week. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
The presidential race will shift into high gear this week with both candidates set to hit the campaign trail. After a weekend of negotiations, San Antonio firefighters are getting a raise. And the Bernie All-Star team will return home to a celebration following their impressive run in the Little League World Series. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Partly cloudy, scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon, highs 90. Tomorrow, a few showers early, mostly cloudy later in the day, highs in the low 90s. Wednesday, partly cloudy, stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. 75 degrees in Leon Valley, 75 at the Bun and Barrel on Austin Highway, and 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:51.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell, and a big part of our Decision 2024 coverage is White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. John, I've heard so often that presidential campaigns kick into high gear around Labor Day or after Labor Day. We've still got a week to go before Labor Day, but both of these campaigns are going to be on the move this week.
Well, they are, not like we'll see after Labor Day, but they're on the move nonetheless. Former President Donald Trump will be in Michigan today addressing the National Guard Association, and that will be a speech in which he will criticize and directly tie Vice President Harris to that chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan during President Biden's first year in office. As for the Harris campaign, they're doing a bus tour in the battleground state of Georgia that will cover 2 days, Wednesday and Thursday of this week. And as for the former president, he will finish the week in another battleground state, that is Pennsylvania. He'll be doing a campaign rally in Johnstown, Pennsylvania later this week, Friday. That was when that will take place. So it's heating up. I think next week is when we'll see everything really kick into high gear.
And John, it sounds like Harris's war chest has grown considerably since the DNC. How does that compare to the Trump campaign?
Well, we haven't seen the numbers for the Trump campaign. At least I haven't. Maybe you have. I haven't seen those numbers yet. For the Harris campaign, they reported that since she became the Democratic presidential nominee, Democrats, her campaign has raised $500 million, $500 million. That's pretty significant. And they also had a good fundraising total in the aftermath of the Democratic National Convention. So money will not be one of those things that they will be lacking in terms of putting ads up on the air, getting out the vote. And of course, I think the Trump campaign will be able to match the Harris-Walz campaign dollar for dollar. This is certainly the most expensive presidential campaign that we've seen in the history of our country.
Is that why they're trying to save a few bucks by taking this bus tour?
Yeah, that's one way to do it. Well, that's right. Take a bus. It's a lot less expensive than flying places. But I think they're showing off this new bus. It's a pretty impressive bus that they put together that they will take to other parts of the country as well. But it's a good way to, drum up a lot of attention in Georgia in particular, and individual television markets, those local television markets, which will cover it intensely during the course of those 2 days that the vice president and Governor Walz will be in Georgia.
And John, a big development since we last spoke with you, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. suspending his campaign and endorsing Donald Trump. How do you think this affects the race? It's a very, very close race, certainly in the swing states. Does this ultimately benefit Donald Trump in this election?
I've seen, some, analysts say it could benefit Donald Trump. I don't think we know the answer to that, quite frankly. And we won't know the answer until after the November election. Certainly you can speculate. And speculate, is something that a lot of people do out there. But, what we saw is that he was taking votes evenly between Donald Trump and first Joe Biden, but also Donald Trump and Kamala Harris when he remained in the race. What impact will his endorsement have? Will all of his supporters now go to Donald Trump because he's endorsed Donald Trump? That doesn't always happen. So we'll just have to wait and see. I don't want to go out on a limb and say it's going to benefit Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, simply because you just never know what individual voters will do in individual battleground states.
And John, should Kamala Harris do a sit-down interview with a left-leaning news outlet sometime this week? Do you think that will be enough to calm the criticism? And does she need to do it solo without her running mate, Tim Walz?
Well, she indicated that she'd be doing a joint interview right off the bat. And she also indicated that she would do it by the end of this week. I guess it depends what your definition of left-leaning is. If she does it with one of those primetime hosts on CNN or MSNBC, I think that you could describe those individuals left-leaning. That's the audience that they gear their programs to. But at least you'd be ticking a box, checking off a box, committing to that interview and following through with it. But, the clock's ticking. I have not seen anything that has been scheduled just yet. And of course, August, it comes at the end of this week. So hopefully she follows through to her commitment. Hopefully Donald Trump as well follows through with his commitment as it relates to that first presidential debate set for September the 10th in Philadelphia.
And I know this is a big day for you because the U.S. Open kicks off today. Are you going today, or are you going to wait a little bit later in the week?
Guess where I'm talking to you
I was
from.
gonna ask.
New York City. There you go. That's where I am today, and it's just for me. It's very close to Washington D.C. So the first day, it's tradition. Always a day trip. I'll be back in Washington really late this evening, and then coming back up for Labor Day weekend, and then coming back up for finals weekend as well. So that's the advantage of being in the Northeast Corridor. Amtrak does a good job of getting you where you want to go. And in this case, I want to be at the U.S. Open, and I'll be there in about an hour's time.
Beautiful.
Well, fantastic. And we look forward to U.S. Open updates as well from
You got it.
Yeah, that's going to be fun to talk U.S. Open with you. White House correspondent, attorney, and tennis expert, and big U.S. Open fan, John Decker, at the U.S. Open today. That's going to be a lot of fun. Coming up, big 8 o'clock hour, UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor at 8:40. They open up the season this Saturday against Kennesaw State. And coming right up at 8:10, national correspondent Aaron Real on Kamala Harris's promise that she will erase medical debt if she's elected. Where's she going to get the money to pay for this? We'll talk about that. WOAI News Time, 7:57.
Hello. Okay. He loves his tennis, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
It's amazing.
Woohoo. Whoops. Trying to scroll down, look at the comments.
Okay. Okay. Do 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 do.
Yeah, Trevin talking about people holding their phones.
That's one
up.
of our pet peeves on our talkback.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got someone's going to mention that on the talkback.
I've been to concerts where people actually have iPads.
Yeah.
And are holding
I
it up.
saw a woman with
What
an
the
iPad
hell, man?
on Saturday night, and
What?
she was doing. She was close. She was showing herself.
Oh, see?
It's like, here I am with Earth, Wind, and
Oh,
Fire.
God. See?
Yeah, people are
Come
just
on,
nuts.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it, man.
One more hour, and then
Barry.
we interview Barry Manilow at 9:15, and
Love
we'll air
Barry.
that tomorrow.
I agree, Trevin. I agree. Do 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 do. 1200.
1200.
1200. Kennesaw State.
My God.
Where the hell is Kennesaw State?
No freaking somewhere in the South.
All right, here comes Charity, everybody.
8 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Israel and Hezbollah exchanged military strikes, and the Bernie All-Stars returned home today. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Monday. Sunshine this morning, followed by afternoon thunderstorms, a high near 90. Look for showers after midnight, a low near 75. Get a move on. It is 75 degrees. Well, no agreement over the war in Gaza, but Israel engaged Hezbollah in an intense exchange of fire. Fox's Jonathan Savage has more.
High-level talks have ended in Cairo, Egypt, with both Israel and Hamas blaming the other for a lack of agreement. A U.S. official says lower-level talks will continue, though. This after the Lebanon-based Islamist group Hezbollah launched what it says were 320 rockets and missiles at Israel's north. Israeli jets had been pounding Hezbollah positions in an attempt to thwart an even larger attack. Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah claimed its attack was a response to the killing of a top commander last month, but had been delayed to give Gaza peace talks a chance. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
NASA says it will wait until early next year to bring home a pair of astronauts who have been stuck on the International Space Station. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson said that they'll attempt to undock the Boeing-built Starliner capsule from the space station and fly it uncrewed for a landing in New Mexico. The test flight of Starliner has been plagued with helium leaks and thruster issues since its launch in June. Starliner astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams will come home on a SpaceX capsule in February. Although Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Trump have officially accepted presidential nominations for their respective parties, and Fox's Jackie Ibanez tells us what's next.
As November election draws closer and closer, candidates are hot on the campaign trail this week. Vice President Kamala Harris and running mate Tim Walz are barnstorming Georgia on a bus tour through the state. Harris's campaign says it's raised $540 million since she launched her presidential bid a month ago. Meantime, former President Trump will make stops in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Robert Kennedy Jr. says he plans to hit the campaign trail with Trump.
Kennedy endorsed Trump at a rally in Arizona on Friday after suspending his presidential campaign. A group of House Republicans are holding a hearing today on the attempted assassination of Trump. Congressman Chip Roy of Texas says they want to put a spotlight on the Secret Service.
They didn't post anybody up on the rooftops where they needed to be. They didn't have answers when local law enforcement said, hey, we got a guy here with a rangefinder and he looks suspicious.
Today's hearing comes on the same day that the official bipartisan task force will have a press conference at the shooting site in Pennsylvania. Hawaii is dealing with the impact of multiple storms. Fox meteorologist Adam Klotz has more.
Hone actually never made landfall, but still an impactful storm. Was a Category 1 hurricane, now back down to a tropical storm. Winds there at 70 miles an hour, moving to the west at 14 miles an hour. That means this storm's now dragging away. So we're seeing the impacts here early Monday morning, but by the time we get into this evening, really winding down. The Pacific, though, very active, and it's one of several storms that are currently out there. Next up for Hawaii, Hurricane Gilma. The big difference here is this is a weakening storm. So as we continue through this week, we're expecting the storm to continue to wind down and wind down and wind down. By the time you get into Friday night and Saturday, though, so another weekend storm.
Several thousand customers are without power in Hawaii. The Bernie All-Star team's run at the Little League World Series has come to an end. The Bernie team lost to the team from Venezuela in yesterday's third-place game in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. The team made a great run through the tournament, losing a heartbreaker in the U.S. Championship game Saturday to Florida. Florida went on to win it all after besting Chinese Taipei. A celebration and parade will be held for Bernie this afternoon, with residents expected to hit the streets at 5 p.m. San Antonio firefighters are getting a pay raise. Brian Gann reports.
The San Antonio Professional Firefighters Association came to terms on a new 3-year contract for its rank and file with the city over the weekend. Firefighters will see their wages go up over 21% over the length of the contract, including a 7% raise in the first year. City officials say the new contract is going to lead to more budget cuts for the city overall. The new contract, which was finalized after a final bargaining session that lasted 13 and a half hours, still needs to be approved by both the union membership and the San Antonio City Council before it can go into effect. Brian Gann, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
An investigation continues into a drowning incident in Bexar County. Authorities have identified the victim in this past weekend's incident as Joseph Rubalcaba. The body of the 41-year-old was found by his wife in a backyard pool on Saturday. Police believe he drowned overnight, but what led up to the tragedy is unknown. Instead of dreaming of being a doctor or lawyer, many kids want to be a social media influencer, and in response, one Texas college has created a degree for that.
How to target your audience. Once you know that, then you can create content tailored to connect with them. And if you can do that, you're a digital media influencer.
UTSA professor Chad Mahood says the program will focus on strategy, analytics, and camera skills to create a digital brand. It is 8:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news. Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Big 8 o'clock hour is upon us. At 8:40, Joe Pags of the Joe Pags Show will give us a preview of his afternoon program today. UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor just after 8:40, as UTSA is going to kick off their season this Saturday against Kennesaw State. Always love talking with Coach Jeff Traylor. And coming right up, national correspondent Aaron Real on the Kamala Harris plan to erase medical debt if she is elected. But where would the money come from? We'll learn about that coming right up. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Partly cloudy early, scattered thunderstorms this afternoon, highs at right around 90 degrees. Tomorrow, showers early, mostly cloudy later in the day, highs in the low 90s. Wednesday, partly cloudy, a stray shower and thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. 75 degrees at Fort Sam, Houston, 75 in Alamo Heights, and 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:10.
San Antonio's first news coming up at 8:20. Your talkbacks on pet peeves involving bad concert etiquette. I was on the receiving end of that over the weekend. But right now, national correspondent Aaron Real tracking the story of Kamala Harris promising millions that they'll have their medical debt erased if she is elected. Aaron, where is the money going to come from to make this happen, if indeed it happens?
Yeah, that's the big question. How are you going to pay for this? Frankly, it's going to come from either printing the money via the Fed or tax dollars. But long story short, it is a very good stumping speech because there's some 15 million Americans that have medical bills on their credit reports. There's 220 billion in outstanding medical debt, and 51% of adults say that they feel extremely or very importantly about the federal government forgiving their medical debt, where only 39% say that it's very important to forgive student loan debt. That's interesting. So it's like she wants to differentiate herself from Biden in terms of credit write-downs, this is a good one. People like medical debt write-down more than they do student loan.
Aaron, I imagine this would require a high level of cooperation from Congress, not to mention individual states.
Yeah, for sure. And listen, she hasn't given details as to how this will be executed, but it's pretty clear that there's certain ways you can do it. So there's something called Undo Medical Debt. It's a nonprofit. It partners with local governments to cancel people's medical debt. And this is shocking to me. It shouldn't be, but it is, that you can buy medical debt for cents on the dollar. So like for $10, you can usually wipe out about $1,000 worth of medical debt. You just buy the debt directly from the hospitals. It's not even in the debt collection agency yet. And so this is one way she can do it. Also, the American Rescue Plan, they passed this big deal during COVID, and states and counties and cities across the U.S. have done something similar. They purchase and eliminate billions, actually, in medical debt. So far, they hope to eliminate up to $7 billion in medical debt for 3 million Americans by the end of 2026. I know I'm giving a lot of numbers right now. $7 billion in erased medical debt is great, but there's $220 billion outstanding. So it's like a drop in the bucket.
So I'm going to go back to buying medical debt. So if I have medical debt and it hasn't gone to a collection agency, I can contact the hospital and work out a deal where I could possibly get it on 10 cents on the dollar?
So short answer, yes. You can always call the hospital and work out a deal. Longer answer, it's usually like the hospital hasn't yet sold it, but it's in their debt collection department.
Okay.
Now, it depends. I'm not going to say I don't want to say, yes, you can go do that.
Okay, I'm
It
just,
isn't
yeah.
Always, no. Like it isn't always the case, but short answer, yes, you can
Wow.
absolutely buy it. Sometimes it's cents on the dollar. Maybe
Wow.
it's 15% of what it was. Like maybe you have to pay $15 to erase $1,000. But yes, that can be done.
Our thanks to
Unbelievable, right?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Our thanks to national correspondent Aaron Real. As we roll forward, 8:40, Joe Pags and UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor. Our first time to talk with him this season as the UTSA football season kicks off this Saturday. And coming right up, your pet peeves about bad concert etiquette. Before that, we'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time, 8:14. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, and then we will learn more about your concert pet peeves, concert etiquette. Is it dead? It was over the weekend. First, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are back on the campaign trail ahead of next month's debate. San Antonio firefighters are getting pay raises, and the Bernie Little League All-Stars will get a welcome home parade today. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Partly cloudy, scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon. Highs 90 tomorrow. A few showers early, mostly cloudy later in the day. Highs in the low 90s. Wednesday, partly cloudy, a stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs in the low 90s. 75 degrees at the Pearl downtown. 75 in Von Ormy, and 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 8:19.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Coming up at 8:40, we'll check in with Joe Pags from the Joe Pags Show. Then UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor as the UTSA Roadrunner football season begins Saturday against Kennesaw State. We'll get a preview of the season from Coach Jeff Traylor. And I was telling Charity and Mr. T earlier in the show about my concert experience in the Woodlands just north of Houston on Saturday night. We had really good seats, drove in from San Antonio, got a hotel, got to the concert, was really excited by the seats. We saw Chicago and Earth, Wind, and Fire, and some dude sitting in front of me decided to dress up like he was from the 70s. He wore white bell bottoms, a red polka dotted shirt. He put on an afro wig, and he wore Elvis sunglasses, and he stood up and danced throughout most of the show. And he was a big guy.
And right in front of you,
Yes,
correct?
and he blocked I had to really lean to the left, lean to the right to try to see the concert. And I just thought little concert etiquette might be nice. So we've been asking you this morning on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app, what are your concert pet peeves?
Yeah, so let's go to Pipe Creek.
Good morning, y'all. This is Danny from Pipe Creek. Last concert we went to was Dwight Yoakam at the Majestic Theater, and it was a phenomenal concert except for the extremely drunk fool that was sitting near us who couldn't find his seat and looked like a pinball just going up and down the aisles. It was very distracting. Have a great Monday.
That is distracting.
Yeah, drunken fools at concerts.
Yeah.
Try to
that's not
avoid them
cool.
if you can.
That's not cool. All right, let's go check in with Cindy.
Good morning, WOAI News team. This is Cindy. My concert pet peeve would be that person or many people holding up their iPhone on record in front of me the entire show. Y'all make it a great week.
That's a big one. By
Looking
the way,
forward to Barry. Bye.
I didn't know she was done. I was about to say, and I talked all over her. My apologies, Cindy. That is the Cindy going to the Barry
Yes.
Manilow concert. You would have heard her say that if I would have shut the heck up. It was a great story. She's going to the Barry Manilow concert on us Friday night. And Charity, what a great moment it was when she said, I would like to go to the concert with Bob, who was another guy calling in for Barry Manilow tickets.
Yeah, and apparently that's still on. They're going to have dinner and go to see Barry
Yes.
Manilow. So a potential love connection or forever friendship. We don't know.
And Bob, if you're listening, don't use your iPhone to record the Barry Manilow. Cindy doesn't like that.
Look, I've been at shows where I've actually had to watch the show of the person's iPad in front of me because they're holding an iPad, not an iPhone, an iPad. It's like, come on. All right, let's go out to Arkansas.
Hey there, guys. This is Michael in Arkansas. My pet peeve at a concert is getting thrown up on.
Oh!
Which actually happened to me at a Little River Band concert many years ago. Didn't enjoy it at all. Y'all have a good day.
Wow.
So I'm thinking it came from the back.
I would guess, yeah. So there's a lot of things that bother me about that one.
You know, I've had a beer spilled on me, which I didn't like, but to be thrown up upon.
Not good.
And do you leave the concert at that point? Or do you just hang in there because you paid good money and you're going to see your favorite band, even if
Man.
you stink?
It's a great question.
That's, you know, I would have to leave.
I mean,
I'm
if it's
sorry.
on my shirt, I guess I go to the men's room and
or-
try to wring it out in the sink.
Or
I don't
go
know.
buy a concert shirt.
Yes, buy it. There you go.
Yeah.
Buy
yeah.
a concert shirt and
Yeah.
throw your shirt away.
See, I'm thinking it's some sort of conspiracy with the people selling the shirts.
Could be a great way to sell more shirts.
It would be. All right, let's go out for New Braunfels.
Good morning, everyone. This is the Wheelchair Warrior from New Braunfels, and my pet peeve is all those people that think they're handicapped or they identify as handicapped or their personal pronoun is handicapped and park in the handicapped parking spots and keep people like myself in wheelchairs out and disenfranchised.
I agree.
So many people abuse
they do.
handicap parking, handicap seating, and there are people. And he said, you know, he's a wheelchair warrior. I'm assuming he's served in the military. So thank you for your service to our country. But yeah, that's unacceptable.
I can't believe people actually do that, and they don't care if other people notice.
No.
It's unbelievable.
It is bad.
All right. Coming up, we are so excited for the first time this season. We're going to speak with UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor. He's going to join us every Monday at 8:40. This will be the first Monday of the season. Before that, Joe Pags with a preview of his show, WOAI News Time, 8:25.
8:30 is our time. San Antonio's First News. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, increased tension in the Middle East as Israel and Hezbollah exchange rocket attacks. Bernie prepares to celebrate its Little League All-Star team. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Monday: sunshine this morning, followed by afternoon thunderstorms, a high near 90. Look for showers after midnight, a low near 75. Right now, 77 degrees. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says the U.S. and allies are working to prevent an escalating regional conflict in the Middle East. There are concerns for more violence after Israel and the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah traded heavy fire early Sunday.
We have been concerned about the conflict escalating into an all-out regional war since October 7th, and we have worked round the clock with partners and allies, moving military assets, engaging in intensive diplomacy, both publicly and privately behind the scenes, to avert that outcome. We continue to work to avert that outcome.
Meanwhile, a round of talks in Cairo meant to bring a ceasefire and hostage deal in 10-month Israel-Hamas war has ended without a final agreement. But a U.S. official on those talks says negotiations will continue in the coming days. Today marks the third anniversary of the U.S. withdrawal from the war in Afghanistan. Here's Fox's Tanya J. Powers.
The third anniversary of the ISIS suicide bombing at Abbey Gate outside the Kabul airport is being remembered with tributes to the 13 U.S. service members who were killed. Statements from both President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris named each service member, noting that they made the ultimate sacrifice, reiterating a commitment to protect the U.S. from terror attacks. Former President Trump is expected to visit Arlington National Cemetery to pay respects to those who died before going to Michigan to address the National Guard Association of the United States conference. He is expected to tie Vice President Harris to the bombing, as well as her roles in other foreign policy decisions by the Biden administration. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Well, NASA is refusing to bring back 2 astronauts in Boeing's Starliner from the International Space Station due to safety concerns. Those astronauts will now have to wait to come back to Earth. Fox's Christina Coleman has details.
NASA plans for astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams to return to Earth on a SpaceX Dragon capsule in February instead of the Boeing Starliner that carried them to space, following its helium leaks and thruster issues. Aerospace engineer and aviation attorney Arthur Rosenberg says this underscores Boeing's ongoing issues. NASA awarded Boeing with a $4.2 billion contract and Elon Musk's SpaceX company with a $2.6 billion contract to help develop the agency's human space flight systems. Since then, SpaceX has completed multiple crewed flights. As for Boeing, this space mission with the troubled Starliner was their first one under NASA's program.
And the astronauts have been stuck at the ISS since the beginning of June. A team from Florida is this year's big winner in the Little League World Series. The Lake Mary All-Stars claimed the title 2-1 over Chinese Taipei yesterday on a walk-off bunt in the 8th inning in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. The Lake Mary All-Stars claimed the U.S. championship on Saturday with a win over Brunei, while Chinese Taipei won the international championship by beating Venezuela. The celebration and parade will be held for Bernie this afternoon, with residents expected to hit the streets at 5 p.m. A Republican Party leader says she expects an almost instant benefit for former President Trump from Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s endorsement. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
Republican National Committee co-chair Lara Trump celebrated Robert Kennedy Jr.'s decision to support former President Trump. On Fox's Sunday Morning Futures, she said you'll likely see a Kennedy effect in the most coveted states.
I think you're going to see within the swing states where he has taken himself off the ballot, the percentage bump that I believe it will give Donald Trump, I think is going to be huge. And I think you'll see that in the next round of polling.
Republicans also believe there will be a bounce in polling for Democrats out of their convention, but they say that surge won't last. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign says it raised more than $500 million since President Biden dropped out of the race, including $40 million since her acceptance speech at the DNC. Harris and running mate Tim Walz kicked off a bus tour in Georgia on Wednesday. The GOP campaign is in Michigan, with former President Trump speaking at the National Guard Association conference in Detroit today, and running mate J.D. Vance in Big Rapids tomorrow. Republicans are cheering a rule change at the driver's license office, banning transgender Texans from changing the gender on their state-issued ID.
The DPS is reinstating reality. IDs are so important because they reflect what is true, a person's true identity.
Mary Elizabeth Council with the Texas Public Policy Foundation says allowing a man to change the gender on his license gives him access to female locker rooms and restrooms. But civil rights groups like the ACLU says the rule exposes transgender Texans to discrimination, harassment, and violence. San Antonio firefighters are getting pay raises. Brian Gann has details.
The San Antonio Professional Firefighters Association came to terms on a new 3-year contract for its rank and file with the city over the weekend. Firefighters will see their wages go up over 21% over the length of the contract, including a 7% raise in the first year. City officials say the new contract is going to lead to more budget cuts for the city overall. The new contract, which was finalized after a final bargaining session that lasted 13 and a half hours, still needs to be approved by both the union membership and the San Antonio City Council before it can go into effect. Brian Gann, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
We could see some rain coming back to the area this week. Forecasters say an area of low pressure is moving into the region, which could trigger heavy rains and even thunder and lightning today and tomorrow around the San Antonio region. That rain could hang around in the form of isolated showers later in the week. And Hawaii is dealing with the impact of Hurricane Hone and the threat of Hurricane Gilma. Fox's Jackie Ibanez has more.
Hurricane Hone continues to pummel the Hawaiian Islands with gusty winds and widespread heavy rain. Some parts of the Big Island have gotten up to 15 inches of rain in the last 48 hours. The Category 1 hurricane will gradually move westward away from the islands over the next few days. Threats, though, are far from over. A major Category 3 hurricane named Gilma is also taking aim at the Hawaiian Islands. The weakened system is expected to pass just north of the state.
It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money in the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Before we check in with UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor, right now, let's take a look at Joe Pags' show for this afternoon. RFK Jr. is boarding the Trump train. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Chris. That's right. The reverberations from RFK Jr. joining Donald Trump on stage in Arizona are still out there happening in the ether. We're going to talk more about his joining with Trump, but not really dropping out of the race. He's suspending the race, but he's still on the ballot in some places. Long story short, the DHS pulled his Secret Service detail, which doesn't make any sense. Did I mention this is the guy whose father and uncle were both assassinated? It's a very interesting time in America, that's for sure. We'll talk about that, plus the economy. I posted something this weekend that went absolutely viral. I will update people on Trump versus Harris-Biden. We'll have that for you and an awful lot more on the Joe Pags Show. Today at 5, News Radio 1200 WOAI. See you then.
Thanks so much, Joe. The Joe Pags Show, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. today and every weekday right here on 1200 WOAI. Well, Saturday is the big day, 2:30 p.m. at the Alamo Dome. UTSA football back in action. They'll take on Kennesaw State. We love talking football with UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor. And, Coach, you go through the offseason, the winter, the spring, then the countdown throughout the summer, and you are now just a few days away from kicking it off on Saturday. How does it feel to be this close to the football season?
Yeah, we're excited. 5 days out. Kids had a really good practice last night. You can just tell it's getting closer, and we're excited to get going Saturday.
So, Coach, how do you keep the team in sync during the offseason? Did y'all do any off-the-field powwows to build camaraderie?
Yeah, that's just part of the way of life of college football, though. We're all together so long. You just got to break the monotony and do stuff together. It's nothing crazy. I mean, it's just I think y'all know me well enough. I'm not the most interesting person in the world. So we're talking about like grilling some burgers and swimming in the pool, and throwing some washers, playing some cornhole, and listening to some music quite often at my house. Or they're big wings guys. Now you take them to get wings anywhere. They love wings. They love to bowl. I've got like 6 players with their own bowling ball. I was giving them heck the other night. Like, who has their own bowling ball? I mean, no one does that. But
all right, Coach. How did the transfer portal treat you over the offseason?
Yeah, we did lose 2 players in January. One's at the University of Texas and one's at the University of Oregon. So we've now lost 3, going on 5 years, which is pretty remarkable.
That is remarkable.
And we brought in a great share of it. That's why I've said we have to be careful now, because it'll come across very hypocritical. Because we picked up so many great players through the portal ourselves. Matter of fact, the kid that went to Oregon, we picked him up from Sam Houston, right? So I mean, it's just the nature of the game. But we feel very, very good about the players we picked up, and there'll be a few of those guys in the starting lineup come Saturday.
And, Coach, a big story, certainly among UTSA football fans, Frank Harris, the all-time leading passer, spent so many years in the program, was your leader on the field. You have to replace him now going into this season. What is that process like, and how much pressure is on Owen McCown and the other young quarterbacks with this program?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, the guy's been our guy for my entire 4 years here. The bad thing about Frank, if there's any negative, he got injured. He played so fearlessly. He was reckless out there, honestly. And so he had to miss quite a bit of time those 4 years. And luckily, Eddie and Owen got to play, a lot more than we had planned on, but they had to do it. So I think that's going to help both those kids come into this season. But we will definitely miss Frank, who's been the leader and the heart and soul of our team the last 4 years.
And, Coach, new alternate uniforms were recently unveiled. At black jersey, black pants, white helmet. They look sharp. Did the guys get a little extra pep in their step when they put them on?
They did. J.T. Clark, our third-round NFL wide receiver that hasn't gotten to play the last year and a half because of that knee injury. He's still here, and he's been wanting those uniforms forever. And I think they're cool. They got a little Friday Night Light mojo, Odessa Permian look to them. Big Texas high school football coach you guys are talking to here, so I thought that was pretty cool. But JT and those seniors helped design that thing, and I'm excited. Those kids, they're just not like me again. I'm pretty boring. I'd say probably traditional orange and blue all year and never deviate. But those kids like to spice it up a little bit. So I know that's going to be a fun night when we wear that thing.
Now, speaking of cool, how cool was it to see Jonathan Cain from Journey on stage in a UTSA jersey?
I thought it was freaking awesome, honestly. But I'm a huge Journey guy. In the 80s, they were just incredible for me. So I always kept up with them. When I got all those, I was at work. But I got a lot of pictures from friends that were there listening to them, and I thought it was really cool. And the program just continues to grow more and more each year. And another great kickoff luncheon. We had him at Smith there, this last Friday, and we sold 94 tables this year, where it was 76 tables the year before. It's just the city. I mean, it's just an amazing place. We have an amazing program. I'm really excited to get Year 5 kicked off. It's been a fun ride.
It's going to be so much fun, Coach, and so much of the growth of the program has taken place since you have come to San Antonio and been the head coach. It is UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor. We'll speak with him every Monday morning at this time at 8:40. Saturday, Alamo Dome, 2:30 p.m. Be there as UTSA kicks off the football season against Kennesaw State. WOAI News Time, 8:46. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, our thanks to UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor. But Charity McCurdy, what stories are you tracking?
Increased tension in the Middle East as Israel and Hezbollah trade military strikes. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are back on the campaign trail ahead of next month's debate, and it's a welcome home for the Bernie All-Stars. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather. Well, Vice President Kamala Harris and running mate Tim Walz begin a bus tour of Georgia on Wednesday.
Partly cloudy, scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon. Highs right around 90 degrees. Tomorrow, a few showers early, mostly cloudy later in the day. Highs in the low 90s. Wednesday, partly cloudy, stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs in the low 90s. It is 72 degrees in Kerrville, 75 in Von Ormy, and 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time 8:52.
San Antonio's first news. Charity and Mr. T, we say it all the time, but whenever we talk to UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor, like we just did, and we will every Monday at 8:40 throughout the football season, A, he's such a good guy,
Yeah.
and B, he's just straight out of
cool.
Central Casting.
Yeah.
He's like your quintessential Texas football coach.
He is so funny. He says that he's boring, and I'm not buying it.
Me
He's
neither. Not
hilarious. I love talking to him.
Yeah, me neither. I'm not buying it either, Charity. He might be able to fool those players, but he's not fooling me.
Not
And
one bit.
I looked, and as you can probably imagine, because we don't know a lot about Kennesaw
Yeah.
State's football team, UTSA is a 24.5-point favorite against Kennesaw State on Saturday.
Wow.
Kennesaw State University, Charity, you know where it's at?
Is that Arkansas? No.
Georgia.
Georgia. Okay.
Famous alumni, notable alumni?
The most famous.
Yeah, the most
and
famous and notable alumni
ever.
Who?
Ryan Seacrest.
Okay.
Wow.
Exactly.
Wow.
Well, tough room.
That was about as much enthusiasm as you give Christopher Cross and Michael McDonald. Yeah, we're gonna have to
It's a Yacht
put,
Rock Tuesday tomorrow.
We're gonna
so,
have
yeah.
to put Seacrest on the Charity McCurdy diss
Well,
list.
he really built it up, and then you came out with that. So
Well, it's in Georgia. It's Kennesaw State
Okay.
University. I
All
mean,
right.
yeah. Other than that, Ty Pennington, are you familiar with him?
type no.
See, me neither. But he's another
I'm
famous
familiar
alumni.
with Ty Webb, played by Chevy Chase in Caddyshack, friend of Lacey Underall.
Yes,
Just
Lacey
saying.
Underall. Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cindy Morgan, I believe, played
Yes,
the
she
role
did.
of Lacey. It was no Oscar nomination.
I can't believe that
for
because she
Cindy
did
Morgan.
such a good job in that movie.
Yeah, 1981 Caddyshack.
Very believable.
Charity, have you ever watched Caddyshack?
Not in its entirety.
Oh!
Just because I don't know, it didn't do anything for me. I think it's a more of a guy flick than
It's
it
an
is a chick
American
flick.
classic.
It is
Citizen
an American-
Kane,
yes.
Gone with the Wind, Caddyshack.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, and meatballs right after that.
Oh,
Yeah.
gosh, meatballs. We are North Star
Yeah,
CITs.
geez, we are the CIT so piteous.
And it was a groundhog in Caddyshack, right? That
Yes, it's a gopher.
gopher.
gopher,
Okay.
yeah.
What's the difference? I don't know.
Well, it wouldn't have worked because when you say kill all the gophers, it wouldn't have made it sound like
Okay.
golfers. Yes.
and Bill Murray's performance as
Oh.
Carl.
And
My
once
goodness.
again, overlooked at the Academy
Yes,
Awards.
So
Wow.
wrong.
Mm.
Those snooty Academy voters.
I know.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's do this again tomorrow.
Okay.
Sure.
Let's say 5 o'clock.
Okay.
All right. I'll
That's a
meet you
date.
here. We have Glenn Beck coming up. Before that, Charity McCurdy has everything you need to know, all the big stories on this Monday morning. But right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute, WOAI News Time, 8:55.